was just extraordinary over the last 8 months, but the decision has been made by the party room to reset, and I feel humbled and privileged to be taking on that role. So can we just keep moving across the room? We'll go.
In moving for the top job, your supporters and yourself have highlighted the bad polling. Have you fallen for the same trap that Malcolm Turnbull did in setting those poll expectations? How long can you give yourself before your own party puts the same pressure on you?
Well, I have great respect for the pollsters out there and those who look at the polls, but I've got to say, when I get around my electorate or get around Australia, I hear the things that have led to this reset. People are disappointed with the Liberal Party, and particularly disappointed that have led to this reset. In the past, in the recent past, been able are disappointed Australians with the Liberal Party, and particularly that they want to have led to this reset. People been able are disappointed Australians with the Liberal Party, and particularly that they want to have led to this reset. People been able are disappointed Australians with the Liberal Party, and particularly that they want to have led to this reset. People been able are disappointed Australians with the Liberal Party, and particularly that they want to have led to this reset. People been able are disappointed Australians with the Liberal Party, and particularly that they want to have led to this reset. People been able are disappointed Australians with the Liberal Party, and particularly that they want to have led to this reset. People been able are disappointed Australians with the Liberal Party, and particularly that they want to have led to this reset. People been able are disappointed. Team's job to roll up the sleeves and get working hard on delivering to Australians and holding this rotten Labor government to account. We'll keep. I think Probes was next year. Sorry, mate.
Mr Taylor, you've given us a long list of values there. Can I just ask you about a couple?
Yeah.
You said that Australians are less free. You came to Parliament in your maiden speech. You talked about being against political correctness. So firstly, what is it that you want people to be able to say that they can't say now? And secondly, on migration, you guys have had a policy in your back pocket since before Bondi that I understand reduces net overseas migration by about 100,000. Are you going to release that next week?
Probes, let me deal with the second one and then we'll go back to the first one. On the second one, I've already made some comments today about immigration policy. It is clear that numbers have been too high and standards have been too low. And our policy will be for lower numbers and for higher standards, but crucially, and this is the point I made today, our policy will also be about putting Australians first and putting Australian values first. We want people who come to this country to believe in our core values, in democracy, in the rule of law, in our basic freedoms. And that is something we will have more to say about in the coming weeks. Your other question was...
Australians are less free,
yeah, no, and I think that's absolutely right. If you talk to business people across Australia, small or large, they will tell you time and time again that page after page of new legislation, regulation, extra resources going into regulators, new regulators, several created this week by the Labor Party, is just making life harder to get things done. And if it's harder to get things done, we see less investment, we see less prosperity, we don't see the rising incomes that Australians want to see. And I think that is an absolutely fundamental cause for Australians seeing a collapse in... Well, I'm giving you an example of freedom, and I think it's an important one. We'll keep going. Greg, we'll keep moving across.
Mr Taylor, do you take personal responsibility for the Coalition's lacklustre economic policies that it took to the last election? What have you learnt since your time in Shadow Treasurer, and will you commit to taking a package of wholesale tax reform to the next election?
Well, can I say, I think what we've learned, and I said this earlier, is that we need to be the party of lower taxes, including lower personal income taxes. I think that was a mistake. I made that point some time back. I think Phil Corey is here somewhere, is he? I made that point to Phil some time ago, that I thought that was a mistake, and I thought that at the time. We now need to get serious about lower taxes and in particular fighting Labor's bad taxes. We have a bad tax which is clearly being planned by Labor on Australians' homes. We have a bad tax from Labor on superannuation, and we are going to fight those taxes because they are not the right taxes for Australia.
Taylor,
We're just going to keep moving systematically. We'll get to you, PK. We'll get to you.
Mr Taylor, you said you got big calls wrong and you mentioned the personal income tax.
Yep.
What were the other mistakes of the election?
Look, I'm not going to go into an analysis of the election. You're the commentators, and that's a matter for you. But what I will say is that our priorities from here are restoring Australia's standard of living and protecting our way of life. And if we're to restore our standard of living, we need to see rising incomes. We can't see the rising taxes we're seeing under Labor. I mean, bracket creep continues to erode Australians' incomes, and we're seeing inflation eroding Australians' incomes as interest rates are rising. I mean, this is an absolute economic catastrophe for Australians, and we're going to fight it. John. Yeah.
Thanks, Angus. Will you keep Ted O'Brien as shadow treasurer, or will you consider putting someone such as Tim Wilson or someone else into that portfolio?
Well, can I say Ted has done a great job as shadow treasurer. He has fought hard against Labor's bad spending initiatives. He has fought hard against the Labor Party that is overseeing rising inflation, rising interest rates and collapsing standards of living. And we need to keep that fight up to Labor. I'm not going to make front bench announcements today, but I will say that Ted is a marvellous contributor to our team, and I'm sure he'll continue to be.
Angus, can I ask, on the subject of mistakes, what you've learned from the last election, can I ask Senator Hume, for all the people who are working from home at the moment, watching this press conference, will you apologise for the policy of trying to scale back working from home? And will there be any changes to working from home, public, private sector or otherwise, under your leadership?
Cam, I think it was pretty clear during the election campaign that that policy was a mistake. That's why we didn't take it to the election and why we won't be taking it to a future election.
Mr Taylor,
Hang on, PK, we're just about there.
Mr Taylor, in your remarks, you had a message for Anthony Albanese, but I'm wondering, do you have a message for Pauline Hanson?
Well, can I say to those who have been thinking about shifting away from the Liberal Party to One Nation or any other party, we understand that you're disappointed with us. We understand that we need to do better to restore your confidence in us. We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that you see those core Liberal values, those core Liberal priorities back front and centre in what we talk about every day. And that includes restoring Australians' standard of living and protecting their way of life, because that's what I think Australians want to see. We'll go to PK now.
We are in an era where populists around the world are on the rise, and in Australia, One Nation's polling tells that story.
Sure.
You appear, correct me if I'm wrong, as a very traditional Liberal of the Howard Costello model. Is that something you lean into and you're proud of, or do you think perhaps you don't fit the times?
Well, I think what fits the times, PK, is an approach from the Liberal Party where we believe in economic freedom, where we believe that if the private sector is enabled to make investments, to make choices, they will make good investments and good choices that benefit all Australians. And that economic freedom, which I've talked about earlier, I think is enormously important. Many of the populists around the world are not focused on those things. If we want to see rising standards of living, if we want to see successful businesses, if we want to see prosperous communities across this country, if we want to see money coming in that allows us to spend what we need to fund our Defence Force, to fund our services, we need to see Australians having the confidence to invest in our future.
You need to be careful about becoming One Nation light.
Well, it's, we are not seeking to be One Nation light. Absolutely not, PK. But we respect the fact that those voters who might be thinking about One Nation have reasons for wanting to do so, and we have to restore their confidence in us. We do need to focus on protecting Australia's way of life, which I know many voters are concerned about, but we also need to focus on what we know works in an economy, which is if you put faith in Australians to invest in the future of our country, they will do it, and they will do it better than the government ever could. We'll keep going back.
The reset is happening here without the public release of the election review. Will you commit to releasing the election review in full? If not, why not?
That's a matter for the party organisation. I'll leave it to them. Phil.
Can I just in the context of Patricia's question, how important for the early calibration of your leadership will be the by-election in Farah?
Well, we know it'll be tough. We know that because when we get out and about around Australia, forget the polls, we see the loss of confidence that there has been in the Liberal Party, and we've got to restore that confidence. So we know it'll be challenging, Phil, but we will do the work, Jane and myself and the rest of the team, the hard work that will take time to restore Australians' confidence in us. We'll go to Mark. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr Taylor, when Susan Lee stood where you are just 9 months ago, she said she would take the Liberal Party back towards the centre after a disastrous election defeat from the right. You're bleeding votes in the centre to the Teals, you're hemorrhaging votes from the right to One Nation and others. Where will you take the Liberal Party?
Well, I don't really think of it as left, right or centre. I think of it as focusing on Australians and the hard-working, the challenges that hard-working Australians are facing every single day, the challenge that they are struggling to pay their bills, the challenge that they can't see a pathway for them or for their kids to own a home, the challenge they're seeing in finding a way to get childcare that suits them in a world where people want more flexibility and choice around childcare, not a universal system. I mean, that's got to be the focus, Mark, and that will absolutely be the focus of Jane and myself and our team.
Mark, just before you
Yeah,
go,
sure.
Mark, we're going to take the Liberal Party forward, not left, not right. We're not moving towards any one party. We're taking our party and the people that we want to represent forward.
Senator Hume has said that her public service work from home policy was a mistake. I'd imagine you would admit the same about your comments about the Chinese community through the election. You've mentioned that opposing Labor's tax cuts was a mistake. There wasn't much in the way of Liberal economic policy at the last election beyond that. How could it be that you are both saying you are the people who take the Liberal Party out of its current predicament when arguably you are the two of the people most responsible for the position the Liberal Party currently finds itself in?
Well, can I say I think there were very good things in the last election policy, even if there were mistakes. One of those includes a focus on freeing up businesses in this country to invest in the future of our country. We are seeing a combination of regulation, regulators and militant unions holding back our businesses, small and large, from investing in the future of our country. If we want our incomes to go up, if we want more prosperity, if we want to turn around the disastrous loss of standard of living we've seen under Labor, we need businesses with confidence to invest. And that focus on getting rid of the red tape, of the regulation. I mean, we've got regulators in this country who are continuing to have more and more resources to make life harder for hard-working Australians who are just trying to run a small business and get ahead. So, well, I tell you what, you're going to hear about it from the leader of the party every day. This is going to be a relentless focus for us because we need an economy that works for Australians. Great. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Taylor. You've mentioned a number of times now you want to protect the way of life that we have in Australia, that Labor is not doing that. You've also talked about people coming to our country who hate our way of life. What are you saying to potential migrants, and what are you saying about the way you want the immigration system to run?
Well, what I am saying is we want an immigration system that is in the interests of Australians. And the interests of Australians is having people who come to this country who believe in those core values we believe in. Democracy, the rule of law, our basic freedoms, these things really matter. They matter to Australians, they matter to me, and I think they matter to the future of our nation, and that needs to be the focus. We'll keep going back.
Regarding the upcoming by-election in Farah, have you spoken to David Littleproud about that, and do you think both the Nationals and Liberals will be fielding candidates? And you just spoke about the need to change or die. Yeah. How are the list of priorities you just outlined so different from what Susan Lee was talking about a week ago?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into commentary about Susan's tenure and policies. I think she has, as I say, shown us a relentless work ethic. She's a great servant of the Liberal Party and this nation. But what I will say is you will see a relentless focus from us on restoring Australian standard of living and protecting their way of life. And that's what I think Australians want to see from a Liberal Party, getting back to our core values, focusing on the politics of conviction, not just convenience. I hear that. I hear. Well, what it means is we're going to be staying true to our values, our focus on the important economic freedoms that we know will restore Australian standard of living and restore home ownership as the centrepiece of the Australian ideal. These are the things that I think really matter. Let's get
Another by-election,
Yeah, on the by-election, I've got a by-election question too. In answer to the corner contest question, that would be great.
Sorry, I probably didn't give a full answer to that, but I'll try to do that now.
Also, for that by-election, will you use your authority as leader to make sure One Nation is preferenced last, given the threat that it's posing to the Liberals? And also, if I might, there's a fairly infamous Facebook comment that's dogged you for a number of years now. It's often said that ridicule is the biggest enemy of politicians. How do you get past that?
Oh, look, I have passed mugs around the press gallery with that on it. If people want to congratulate me, as they seem to like doing, I'm delighted by that. Can I say to the earlier question, which I didn't quite answer, look, I've had a discussion with David Littleproud. That's a private discussion, and David and I will talk much more, I'm sure, in the coming days. So I think that's the answer to your question. In terms of the One Nation, that's a matter for the party organisation, and I'll leave that to them.
But you have authority as leader now.
As I said, that's a matter for the party organisation.
Just on One Nation and migration, migration is obviously an issue that One Nation has spent a lot of time talking about. It's a key priority for them. It's obviously one that you've set out as a key priority for you as well. Yeah. How are you going to outflank One Nation on that issue? By getting it right. By getting it right. I mean, I have always believed that good migration is good for this country. I've always believed that. I grew up in a town not far south of here, which was a migrant town, and I saw what it brought to the country. We had the first great cappuccinos in this country. And it was a wonderful, wonderful thing at Cooma, not far south of here. So I've seen what good immigration can do. But we don't want bad immigration. And it has, as I said earlier, it's been too high, the numbers, and the standards have been too low, and that must change. How will we compare to One Nation?
Can we just, one at a time, we'll keep moving. Yeah.
How will you find out if people hate Australia? Will it be a citizenship test? Will it be a patriotism test? Will some countries be off limits? Will there be a pause from some countries? How will you determine who hates and doesn't hate Australia ahead of them actually coming here when they're in another country? And Jane Hume, how will you restore ties with the Chinese diaspora who've offended so deeply and who perhaps might want to hear an apology?
Would you like me to start?
Yeah, you start. I'll come back to it.
Okay. So to begin with, the comments that I made 2 days before the election were out of line. They were ill-considered, and it was a breakfast TV program where I said a throwaway line regarding foreign interference or reported foreign interference in the Labor Party during an election. They have been taken massively out of context. Labor did a great job weaponising that against us, and I have, in fact, apologised to those that were offended by that. They were ill-considered remarks. Of course, we are going to build relations with every community because, let's face it, Liberal Party is a party for all Australians, not a sectional interest like the other parties. We're not a party of reactionary responses the way the One Nation is. We're a party that responds, listens and responds, but doesn't react. But the most important thing now is that Angus and I and all of our team get out there and make sure that Australians know that we're listening to them, that we're responding to them, and that we're delivering a policy agenda that reflects their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations, that will allow them to get ahead, that will give them hope and optimism for the future, because they're not feeling that now.
Can I just... don't say, hang on, PK, just a second. Where there was a second part of that question. Yeah, which is a good... The first point I would make is that most people who come to this country understand that this is one of the greatest gifts a human being could ever have received in history. This is the greatest country on earth. And for someone to come here, it is an enormous gift. And I am absolutely sure that the vast majority of people who come to this country understand it. But if people want to come to this country who don't believe in democracy, don't believe in the rule of law, and don't believe in our basic freedoms, that is a problem, and it is unacceptable. The truth is that some people do not want to change in order to fit with our core values. And those core values are pretty simple, they're pretty fundamental, and they have stood the test of time for a great nation. Now, why don't we... I think it's time to move. We've done the full circuit now, so I think we'll go back and see if there's any more questions coming from this side. Yeah.
I'll take one if I can.
Good
just
on
one of the criticisms that has been levelled at this whole process so far has been what's been considered a rather poor timing on your side. So today landing on the National Apology Anniversary Breakfast, and the split itself from the coalition recently on the day of mourning, and Katie Allen's funeral, of course, being another flashpoint for this process. What do you make of that, and to people who are genuinely hurt to see that politics has taken priority over their concerns?
Well, I don't think anyone in the Liberal Party wanted us to be in the position we are, which is the worst position we've been since the party was founded in 1944. And the reality is there's always a lot going on, and there are important things going on every day in this place and around the country. But the decision was made by my colleagues, and it was clear that it was time for a reset. I'm humbled that resulted in me becoming leader, and I know Jane feels the same way about becoming deputy leader. And we respect those important events that have been happening over recent days and weeks.
Mr Taylor, what's your focus going to be?
Hang on, we're just working our way through, PK.
What can you say to the millions of Australians who are either migrants or the children of migrants, that the Liberal Party cares about them too?
Yeah, no, it is a great question, and we do. Look, the vast majority of people who come to this country, they want to get ahead. They're aspirational, they want to educate their children, they want to own a home, they want to start a business. I mean, this is the Australian way, and that is such a wonderful thing. And I grew up with people like that around me, as I say, and it was a privilege to do so. That is an important part of our fabric, our formula, and it has been an incredible success.
Can I add to that, Jason? And Australia's migrant story is a part of all of our stories. I would lay you odds that most of the people in the room that are asking questions today are either first or second generation migrants themselves, or have first or second generation migrants in their families. My partner is Greek, my brother-in-law is Chinese. Of course, it's part of all Australians. So when we say we want to talk to all Australians, that includes everybody. We are not discriminating one section or another. That's what other parties do. That's not what we do.
Can I add to that? I have a very significant migrant community in my own electorate, and I hear time and time
parties
again.
do. That's not what we do.
Can I add to that? I have a very significant migrant community in my own electorate, and I hear time and time
parties
again.
do. That's not what we do.
Can I add to that? I have a very...
Andrew Hastie said that...
I hear time
parties do. That's not what we do.
Can I add to that? I have a very...
Andrew Hastie said that...
I hear time
parties do. That's not what we do.
Oh, well, look, there's no doubt that it has been under threat, but I think it's been challenged in many ways over an extended period of time. Look, I think what we have to do in Australia is fight for Australia first. That is the most important thing we can do in this environment. And I tell you, one of the core things that I believe in strongly is getting access to markets. I don't like tariffs. I don't like tariffs being imposed on Australia, and I'm going to continue to fight for access to markets for our resources, our miners, our farmers, our manufacturers, our service providers. I think that's enormously important. Phil, no, we'll give PK one more go. Phil and then PK for the last one.
Senator Hume, as the Deputy Leader, you're entitled to choose your own portfolio. I'm pretty sure you're not going to tell me what you're going to do, but are you not going to do Treasury?
I'm not going to discuss that today. I'm going to discuss that with my leader first and foremost. We have plenty of discussions ahead of us over the coming days. I will discuss it with my leader in the upcoming couple of days.
There's a push inside your party for a more populist national approach, which is actually very anti-free markets, and it really wants to shun that approach. You're saying that you think free markets are still central, and you want to put forward policy in the Howard Costello tradition. Can you just articulate to me why you think that kind of populism or anti-globalisation rhetoric that I've heard in your own party is not the right way forward?
Well, can I say the starting point for me on this is that we need to put faith in Australians. Australians to invest in the future of their businesses, and in doing that, they invest in their communities and they invest in this country. And in the process, they employ people, they serve customers, they pay suppliers, and we are all better off from that. But that can only come if we give the freedom and confidence to our businesses, small and large, in this country to get on with the job. Big government is not the answer here. That's been Anthony Albanese's answer, and it's failing. We see it everywhere we go. We can do better, and I am confident that by putting faith back in the hands, or putting faith in Australians, we can have a strong economy where standards of living are rising, our incomes are rising, we can pay our bills, we can pay our mortgages, and we can own homes, and that's what I want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, broadcasting. We are back in session in the outcome 2 of families and communities, and in continuation of our questioning. And Senator Little, you have the call.
Thank you. Commissioner Hunter, congratulations on your role, and I've got some questions for you if you can assist me with those. There are already Indigenous specific Children's Commissioners in the ACT, Queensland and South Australia and Victoria. And I know specifically in Victoria and South Australia, the number of children in out-of-home care continues to go backwards. I'm wanting to understand, I know you've only been in the job a short time, but what will be some of your first tasks to ensure that there is no duplication in the work that is done? And the second part of that question is, how can you actually intervene in outcomes for those states and territories in a national role?
So one of the, Sue Ann Hunter, National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children. So the role of the Commission is not intended to overlap, intended to overlap with other commissioners. It's to stop our kids falling through those gaps that are there. Part of the role is to collaborate and coordinate, which have already started. So the Australian and New Zealand Children's Commissioners, Guardians and Advocates have a group. So I'm co-chair of that. We've already met once and we're meeting again. And so looking at national priorities together and what that looks like. Where everybody recognises the urgency for our children, as we all do. How we bring that together and get our priorities right as a group is really important, and where we look at what services are working. So it's not just all, the bad stuff that's happening. What is working and why is that working? And then how do we, within those regions, does it need to be duplicated as well? How do we hold accountability for things that aren't going right? What does that look like? And as you know, we've got legislation, hopefully it gets passed, that will help us coordinate better and be able to bring together all, I guess one of the things I really want to look at is data. And as you've pointed out, 2 states, what does that look like at a national level? And it's collected differently within each state, territory and jurisdiction. How can we bring that together so we have a really fulsome look at what is going on within every state and territory? I think we really need to look at what's working and then where are the gaps within that.
Okay. Have you thought about how you might deal with
conflicting advice, because you might have commissioners and they're all structured slightly differently, but you've also got these commissioners butting up against governments of all different persuasions.
Yeah, that's correct.
And they haven't had much progress in getting the change that's necessary in those numbers.
Yeah, I will say when we come together, so we're about to have our second meeting, we really want joint priorities of well, we know the overrepresentation in every jurisdiction is quite bad or severe at this point. So how do we come together and pick those priorities? And that will help inform part of the work that I do. And also where there isn't, we'll lean into each other's powers and sort of help each other of how we get movement. At this point, I don't actually see the conflict with the jurisdictions. Everybody sort of knows their own backyard. So what is it that they need done in their jurisdiction and how can we work together? And they're really supportive of this role and we've had lots of conversations already.
Right. I just want to ask you about the terms of reference for the organisation and for your role. The research, advocacy and providing advice already exists there. I'm interested to understand, based on the terms of advice, and this might be a question for the department even, what is it that the Commissioner will do that isn't already provided by the department? Because you have a list of people that you're required to consult whenever you do programs and initiatives. I'm just trying to actually see the evidence of the separation of those responsibilities.
Jacqueline Rouse, Group Manager, Family Wellbeing. Thank you, Senator. I think there's a couple of things there. One is the National Commissioner is independently resourced to undertake consultation directly with children and young people. That's a significant part of the cost base and that was appropriated in this last budget. So that's a significant resource for the Commissioner. There's also the practicalities of the Commissioner having those relationships with community and having probably more legitimacy to talk directly about subjects that, maybe they don't want to talk about the department with. The other thing I would say is that some of the proposed powers in the legislation do go to that ability to request information from other parties and to also publish when those people are not going to provide that information, and that is something that doesn't normally fall within the department's responsibilities. We wouldn't proceed in that way.
I'm still trying to understand the responsibilities of the department on consultation and how they will be different to the responsibilities of Commissioner for consultation, because you do have youth advisory groups, you've got people that you can access and we would expect you to talk to.
Absolutely.
How do we make sure that we're not all talking to the same people on the same issues just at different times?
Yeah.
How does in terms of reference make sure that that doesn't happen?
Could I just, if you don't mind, I'll step in. One of the things that we've already started looking at is we know that it's quite siloed across the government of children and they're sort of in every portfolio. How do we bring them together? What do we look at, all the frameworks, all the work that's currently happening, and how do we bring that together is one of the pieces of work that I really want to look at. The other piece of work that I really want to look at is I want to bring together all the reports that are already done. There's hundreds of recommendations across states, territories, nationally. How do we bring that together, look at what's been implemented for our kids, what hasn't, why, and really do that piece of work. But I want to work across all departments, not just DSS, but all departments and bring some streamlining for our kids. And there might be things that are overlapping that we can really say, hey, let's bring this together. What does that look like? So we've got better outcomes. Spoke to NIA the other day about when we do go out or they're going out, about how we contact each other so we're not bombarding our youth with a lot of questions and overburdening them and not doing something new to add to the burden of our children, which they already carry. How do we do this? And so I really want to coordinate that across everywhere. And I want to work across all governments to make sure that there's good outcomes for our kids.
Right. People often report consultation fatigue, so I just want to stick on that at the moment. How do we make sure that that doesn't occur and continue?
I think one of the things is I don't want to start new youth groups or new consulting parts. I really want to go. We've started reaching out to communities and mapping where there already are those groups of children and young people. Said to NIAA and DSS, when you're going out, can we have a look at how we can bring this all together as a day for our kids, and not just about consultation. Is there other stuff we can do with our kids and information sessions, and really make something of where they're learning as well as not. I'm very aware that we take a lot from communities. How do we give back in those moments as well is really important.
Yeah. Commissioner Hunter, when you last appeared at Senate Estimates, you had only 5 weeks in the role. You said that you were making sure that you were talking to children and young people, setting up a robust framework and a child-safe framework that was trauma-informed, culturally safe, and meeting kids where they are, so that they were able to talk to you. At what stage is that framework at now? That's
still being done at this point. And once that is done, I actually want to talk to a sort of older youth group and really get some input on them. I just want it to meet kids where they're at, and I want to make sure that we're doing it properly, and that it's right. The last thing I want to do is re-traumatise kids. So I don't have a time frame on that at this point. I think most of our efforts have gone into legislation, setting up the office, getting staffing, all of that. But that's underway, and I want that to be well done and executed, be able to be executed really well.
Right. So you've been in the role, I think, since September, is that right?
Yes.
Right. So how many times have you met formally with the Minister for Indigenous Australians?
I have not met.
Right. Not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I do have one coming up.
What about Minister for Social Services?
Twice.
Maybe
Right.
3 times. Maybe
Twice.
Right. What about the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence?
Twice.
Twice. And the Special Envoy for Remote Communities?
No.
Marion Swinburne?
No.
No. Okay. I want to ask you a question about the prolific use of social media by Aboriginal youth, and I've raised it several times. Have you had any input into the government's social media plan on the disproportionate impact of social media on our children because of their prolific use of it?
I think that was the timing of I arrived after that was implemented, but I did speak to that commission, and we're catching up in a couple of weeks.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So you're
Yes,
planning
I
to
do.
talk to Commissioner Cronin and
Yeah.
others more formally?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner, you would be aware that in 2022 the Albanese government abolished the cashless debit card in sites around Australia. Have you visited any of those CDC trial sites, or are you planning to do that? And I ask you that because not a single child was given a voice in that document that actually asked about the impact of the removal of those cards.
We plan on going out soon once our powers are in place and we've got our funding, and we plan on going everywhere to speak to as many children. So we would be in those
Look
areas.
at those specific sites, Sajuna, Kununurra, those places.
We can do that.
All right, I would really be interested in what you see on the ground in terms of that impact. Have you actually got a schedule to visit those, or are you just kind of thinking that that's where you'll
We are bringing on an engagement officer in the next couple of weeks to look at community engagement. We have been invited to the Torres Strait and Palm Island, going out with the Queensland Commissioner. So we will be setting the sites soon, but I'm happy to include those sites.
I think they're essential to include personally. There's been some studies and some reporting about the higher numbers of gaming machines per capita being located close to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Is there any chance you can go and visit some of those places where that's actually occurring, where there is actually an issue of significant issue of gambling addiction in those communities?
Yeah, I think the part about planning ours is where the most need is, and that would obviously be part of that need to go out there, but there is no reason we can't do that.
I asked a question before about payments to children who are no longer able to stay with their parents, and a culture of reunification. Will you be taking an interest in how we make sure that, I know that child protection is the responsibility and administered by the states and territories, but there are connections. Would you be trying to explore how we create a culture of reunification where it is safe to do so right across the points at which those children come into contact with the system, and even if it is from a payment perspective, because I do hear from people that they feel that sometimes that doesn't happen as fast as it should because there's a financial benefit in those children remaining away from the families.
And Senator Little, my background is social work and working directly with our kids, and I've seen where kids have come into care and payments haven't gone over to the carer, or they've left care and then back to their parents and payment. I think it's a really, and I heard your question earlier, and I think reunification should be planned straight away once a child is removed. How do we reunify? So I'll be definitely looking into those areas.
Okay. All right. The Commission reported that of its 6 performance targets, only 3 were achieved, or 2 were in part. I'm trying to work out which Commission this is talking about. Maybe my questions. The Commission has a substantial budget. Have you worked out how you're going to actually spend it?
So what we need to do is start our planning, which we've started doing. I think the first thing is we only currently have 7 staff. So looking at our staffing and what we need in what areas, of course, planning that research project. One of the other things we really want to look at is data and how it's collected. So we need to really lay the foundation. And I think once that's laid, I think a lot may go on in the first year of actually going out to communities and talking with kids and looking at issues, talking to the orgs. It's not only that, it's talking to everybody, because it's everybody's business and everybody should be involved in our kids' welfare.
These are the questions for the department. I'm interested in understanding, references say the Commission will support all closing the gap targets beyond supporting them. What specific quantifiable KPIs has the government set for the Commission itself?
Senator, the government won't set the KPIs for the Commission in that way because they are a fully independent entity. But I do think Sue-Ann has, the Commissioner, has referenced her particular interest in understanding the drivers for the targets, particularly around out-of-home care and youth justice. But Commissioner, did you want to add to that?
No, I think...
Will you set your own will you set KPIs? How will you...
I think we've got to look at... my key priorities are out-of-home care and youth justice. That's where we're not making any inroads, and that's particularly the places... that's partly the reason the Commission's set up, children being removed and being incarcerated, looking at what are those drivers and looking at something different of how we intervene within those systems. And I think it's great that we look from a systemic level, which is what we're set up to do, because then we can actually inform policy, the systems, and then how that reaches the ground is really important for those programs. I think if we get it right, the system right, it will inform and help support the programs to get better outcomes.
So reference materials have stated that feedback talked of reform, but I'm interested to understand what does that look like when we're talking? Will you be based in Canberra? Is that
I'm based in Melbourne. I have a staff member in Wagga. I have some staff in Canberra, and we're about to have some staff in Queensland as well. I think having if we're going to be national commission, we need a national footprint, and we need people to be able to respond to each state and territory as we go along.
Right. 76% of Indigenous youth under supervision had interactions with child protection. Does the government believe that public advocacy and providing advice is actually enough in terms of and sufficient tools in order to make a difference in that area?
Sorry, Senator, can I clarify the question under whose supervision? Sorry.
Okay. We've got significant numbers of kids that are entering child protection. I want to understand, because a part of that role, a big part of that role is public advocacy and providing advice. I want to know, do you really think it's sufficient tools to break that cycle for the Commissioner to actually really start making inroads in that area? If that is public advocacy and providing advice?
Well, it's important, isn't it?
Isn't that what you do?
We also have a responsibility in the policy space, and we are at the present time working with states and territories around specifically the closing the gap targets that relate to young First Nations children. So, Commissioner Hunter has a role to play, and so do we.
So, who's under the terms of reference and how this is structured, whose advice takes priority? I mean, who has greater access to the Minister in order to provide that advice about out-of-home care, children in detention?
Well, it's not a binary. It's not a question of who has precedence. Clearly, the Minister, having met with Commissioner Hunter, places a premium on her advice, and the department also provides advice to the Minister, and and sometimes that happens together. So it's not a binary. It's not an either-or thing.
I think the other thing is about working together. We know there's so many silos, and that I think that it's not working. Like, it's just not. It's getting worse for our kids. And the one thing I don't want to do is have this commission work in silo. We can work across governments and bring everything together for our kids. It's about capability of being able to do that. And I think together, I just believe there's in numbers together working, we can actually make some inroads. I've spoken to health, I've spoken about housing, and how do we bring all these together? Because we've got so many plans for our kids and everyone's competing, but how do we bring it together? Because our kids are dying. How do we bring this together so we can make really good outcomes that have our kids surviving and not attending school or not going into, youth detention? And we together need to figure this out, because, as I said before, I may be the Commissioner, but it's everybody's responsibility to make sure we have better outcomes for our kids. And I always say, if we get it right for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids, we've got it right for everybody. And I think we need to work together. And we've all been really clear sitting at this table that that's what needs to happen.
The reason why I'm trying to understand this is we've seen the alcohol restrictions that were lifted in just after 2022. It's pretty obvious what was going to happen there. We saw the cashless debit card ending. It was pretty obvious to people what was going to happen there. We've seen the targets in Close the Gap go backwards since 2022 in those 4 areas that are worsening. We know that the Northern Territory has been hit significantly hard by those numbers, and that's one of the places that is significantly skewing the data. So that's why I'm trying to understand whose advice is going to be prioritised here.
So that's your view. I mean, I don't know that we would necessarily share your view about that.
Well, the data, because the evidence is there.
Well, I'm not sure we share your view about what's happened and why we have out-of-home care rates, because the out-of-home care rates are problematic in states places outside the Northern Territory. So, it is. There's more going on than just that in our minds, but. The Commissioner Hunter will provide, a really valuable view and bring her experience to help the challenge we've got to turn those closing the gap targets around. The department is working very hard in this space as well. And so this idea that who takes precedence, I think is a false argument. Like, the Minister ultimately is taking both sets of advice and is well and truly capable of synthesising that. But we're doing our best to work with Commissioner Hunter cooperatively too. So I don't see that I don't understand the issue, that's an issue.
Well, we'll see that as it plays out. I'm finished with that line of questioning. Thank you. Thank you.
I've got questions for AFES, if they're available. Yes. Australian Institute of Family Studies. You can continue your call.
Senator Askew has some?
I haven't got it.
No. Okay. Yeah, you'll continue to speak. Thank you. I'm interested in, hello, thank you for being here this late. AFES is currently running a deficit of 1.129 million. Can you tell us why that's the case?
Thanks for the question.
Your annual report.
Thank you, Senator. Catherine Anderson, Acting Director for the Australian Institute of Family Studies. In terms of the current loss, currently, because since the annual report, our current net cash operating loss is running at about 3.1 million altogether. There's a range of different factors that have contributed to that. Predominantly, it's been a slower pipeline of projects coming in. There's been some delays to the projects in the current financial year that are creeping into the following year. And there's also been just some changes with the staffing that have gone on at the same time as well. So they're broadly the factors.
Okay. Is there anything in relation to management that has led to that rapid deterioration in that financial position?
Actually, I'd probably say that there's been some strong developments in the last sort of 6 months, in particular, last 12 months, where we've been really looking at realignment within the organisation and thinking about the sustainability in terms of the longer term. So a couple of things have been our release of our strategic research agenda last year, which has really set the scene for focusing us in on what we should be doing. And then coming off the back of that, our realignment work that's looking at what's a financially sustainable position going forward on the basis of the type of projects that are going on, the length of those projects and the staffing profile that's needed for those projects.
Your contract liabilities have significantly increased. Can you explain why there's been such a huge increase in that?
Which page are you referring to?
Contract liabilities on page 60.
Page 60.
This suggests that you've increased from 8.6 million to 14.6 million.
Here we go. Oh. Sorry, Senator, I'll have to take that one on notice. It could be that there's some fieldwork costs in there. We have fieldwork peaks and troughs with some of our studies, so I'd need to take that one on notice.
The next question relates to, and it could help answer that, talks about your win rate in relation to select tenders. It was 71%. In relation to open tenders, it was just 14%. Could that be a contributing factor?
It's actually a different, that's a different situation. So one of the things that we've been looking at in the lead up to last year was the mix of projects that we've been focusing on. And since then there's been a focus to shift to more of our direct funding, so direct approaches to potential funders, and that win rate's considerably higher. So it's rebalancing where we put our effort in terms of the projects.
Right. Can I ask you about the government social media ban? Were you consulted on that? And did you provide any advice to government on that?
Not specifically in terms of advice. One of the things that I can say is that we're supporting the E-Safety Commission in terms of their data-related work and undertaking some data linkage functions for them. Okay.
Just in terms of your public engagement targets, your media mentions growth rate was 1%. Which missed its target of 10. Media requests for comment growth rate was 34%, missing the target, the 10% target. Oh, sorry, minus 34%, missing the 10% target. What are you going to do to correct that?
Well, actually, I can say that at the moment we've just been tracking our progress this financial year, and we're on track for all of our targets, bar one, which is that competitive tender process, although it's on a much smaller number this year.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just got a couple of questions in relation to the department. In the 2025-26 portfolio budget statement, where is it that we can locate the programs and administered items specifically funding technology facilitated abuse responses?
Obviously, if we've got our financial people with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's anything in there. We might need to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
I'm not sure that there is a specific line item related to technology facilitated abuse, but we'll take it on notice and come back to you.
I'm also interested to understand for 25-26, 27-28 milestones, has DSS committed to technology facilitated abuse outcome improvements, and how do they align with the AIHW dashboard releases?
I think we should take that on notice.
Yeah.
Don't do that as well.
Thank you.
All right. In terms of the training target, this is probably from Ms. Lutz, the training target that's outlined in the first action plan for technology facilitated abuse competency training across frontline workers, can you tell me how that's going? Have you met those training targets?
Senator Anna Lutz, Group Manager Family Safety. We'd have to take that one on notice, Senator, and come back to you. We certainly have a lot of frontline training happening across different sectors, so we just need to have a look at the sub-measure and come back to you.
Yep, and if you can tell me where you're actually at, not you just haven't mentioned that you haven't met them or you have met them, where it's actually at. I just want to ask about the Commonwealth Ombudsman's weaponisation of child support, if we can go back to that. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully implemented by the department. About the Commonwealth Ombudsman's recommendations have been fully Years, and it's true that I've heard multiple times of people about disappointment in that time frame that has occurred between when it was first the idea was first mooted and the actual plan. Can you tell me, when I was looking at that plan, I was trying to work through it. It seems to be a plan to make another plan, because it talks about developing a strategy. We had 4 years waiting for this plan. But when I was reading through it, I was trying to understand, it kept referring to a plan that was going to be done. Yeah. So how is it not a plan to make another plan?
Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices has been developed, including with the steering committee and with really extensive consultation, as I'm sure you're aware, Senator, but with a view to a 10-year strategy for reducing violence for Aboriginal women and children and their families, and has, because it is a 10-year strategy, and again similarly to the other longer-term strategies, the expectation is that there will be short-term action plans that relate to specific efforts and actions to implement that. The government, in launching Our Ways just this week, has also announced initial investment, and so that's kind of early investment that will precede work on the first substantive action plan as well.
I noticed that there were case studies where various people were spoken to about what they would like to see. Is it what they would like to see because they refer in there to this being endorsed by the government, or is everything that's actually in there that is referenced in the case study endorsed by government? I'm just trying to understand, is this how much of that plan is going to be implemented?
Well, the strategies, the plan has been agreed by obviously the Commonwealth Government, but also by states and territories as well. So it is, and developed obviously through the steering committee in particular, leading that work. So it is holistic in the sense that all governments have agreed to sign up to the strategy that's outlined in there.
But Senator, it's $280 million of a new investment in Aboriginal controlled specialist domestic and family violence services nationally, as well as an extension of the Leaving Violence Program regional trials for First Nations people. So there's a very practical frontline core to this plan. So, I mean, all those other things are true, but the frontline service delivery by Aboriginal controlled organisations for First Nations people.
But is it only by them?
Sorry?
Is it only by them? Are they the only people that are going to benefit, where in places where there are not the services currently that exist to support people? Surely you're not just going to fund Aboriginal community controlled services that don't actually have a service delivery blueprint.
There's already a national service system, specialist family and domestic violence service system. This is a First Nations augmentation of that.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to understand is some of the references in there, including there's a reference in there to making funding for mainstream services contingent upon mandatory decolonisation training. Is that fully endorsed because it's in the plan? And what does that mean?
So obviously the strategy has been, are you referring to a case study in there, Senator?
I am.
Yeah, so the case studies obviously reflect perspectives that have been brought in the development of the plan. The substance of the plan itself has been endorsed by all state and territory governments and, of course, by the Commonwealth as well. The investment that the Secretary has just referred to is targeted to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, but exactly as you say, obviously the government's made significant investment, particularly in specialist family violence services, largely through, I think the Minister referred to it earlier, but largely through the states and territories who lead on specialist service response, and of course many of those services both some of them are specialist organisations that are Aboriginal community controlled organisations, but lots of them are mainstream organisations that obviously also support First Nations women and children, for example.
Okay. All right. So I made reference to before having a look and being a little confused about the talk in the plan about a plan. When are we going to see the action plan? Is there a timeline that's not going to blow out to 4 years for that?
So we're progressing. We're progressing immediately with that initial investment. So we're not waiting for a plan. And part of the initial work, in addition to the initial investment, is also to confirm the governance arrangements for the development of the first action plan. So that is something that is very immediate and something that we're immediately working to progress.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That finishes the questions for me. Thank you, Chair. That's it.
That's it. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. That concludes today's hearing, and I want to thank all the witnesses who have appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Thursday the 19th of February 2026, and that answers to questions on notice are due by Thursday the 9th of April 2026. The committee stands adjourned.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll proceed now with the department in the trade program. But before we start, I just want to make clear that we, as a committee, have now agreed to release the Export Finance Australia. So thank you for making time all the way up here, but your services won't be needed.
Anyone else?
Not
sure.
Well, the Minister's not here, then we're all going home. Happy days. I'd like to now welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, who's representing my good friend and the Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell, who's obviously away doing very important business at the moment in Europe. And hello, Ravi, good to see you, acting as the Deputy Secretary of Trade and Investment Group of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
I am.
And hello to all the officers who are here at the table and behind you. Now, Minister or Acting Secretary, Acting Deputy Secretary, have you got an opening statement that either
Not
you
from
would
me.
like to make, gentlemen?
I do not, Senator.
Excellent. That's the way we like to roll around here. Okay, well, on that note, I did tell Senator Watt that it's like a very similar session to RAT, but just a bit more fun, I find. Now, Senator Henson, would you like to kick off proceedings?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to you all. Look, I just wanted to ask about Makosa, which has secured a 99,000 tonne beef quota at 7.5% duty plus its Hilton quota going to 0% through their deal.
Got a couple of confused
with
faces.
the.
I think Mercosur.
Sorry?
Mercosur trade deal. The South American trade deal.
Southern market zone, yes.
Yeah, I think we know what you're talking
sorry,
about.
I have a.
Oh, you do it?
We know what
There's
you're
a couple
talking
of confused faces at the table. That's why I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
the Mercosur trade deal.
That's right. That's right.
With the EU.
So I'm just seeking some information. Can Australia expect a similar figure in the Oz-EU FTA for our beef? And could we get an update, please?
Thank you, Senator. I'll ask Mr. Cruz to respond.
Thank you, Senator. Lachlan Cruz, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Office of Global Trade Negotiations. As was mentioned at the outset, Minister Farrell is in Brussels today, meeting his EU counterpart, Commissioner Šefčovič, and the Agriculture Commissioner, Commissioner Hansen. to progress Australia's interests in the FTA negotiations. Mercosur, of course, is a grouping of 4 South American countries, major beef producers, and you would be aware of the controversy that the Mercosur agreement has created in Europe. I'm not going to speculate on what the outcome on red meat market access will be in our EU FTA. We are a very different negotiating party to Mercosur. We have different interests, both offensively and defensively, and there's no expectation that the outcomes in Mercosur will necessarily look like the outcomes in our agreement with the EU.
Well, Mercosur has secured a 180,000 tonne sugar quota with 0 tariffs. Can Australia expect a similar figure in the EU FTA for our sugar?
So similarly, we're aware of the sugar sector's intense interest in outcomes in the EU FTA, but again, we're one country. Mercosur is a 4-country bloc with very specific interests, and I don't think it's necessary that the 2 agreements should look like each other. So with the Minister at a live negotiation in Brussels, I'm not going to speculate on what the market access outcomes might look like on particular agricultural commodities.
Well, our concern is that we need to ensure our producers here in this country get the best possible deal. So we've seen the benchmark, and so you're not able to give us any comfort that Australia can secure a similar deal?
So the Minister and officials in the department have had many discussions and meetings with individual exporters and with peak bodies in the various agricultural sectors. So we go to negotiations always seeking the best possible outcome for our exporters and producers. Of course, every negotiation is a balance of the interests of the 2 sides. We don't necessarily consider the agreement that one or another counterparty reached with the EU as representing success or failure. Each agreement is different and specific to the negotiating demands of the 2 sides and their interests.
Will the government ensure Australia secures a broad dairy quota coverage across multiple product categories like Mercosur was able to achieve?
Similarly, dairy is a sector of intense interest, and my boss, the Chief Negotiator, Cathy Raper, has met representatives of the dairy sector very recently. So we go into these negotiations fully across all aspects of their interests, their offensive interests. We know that they're concerned about competing with imports from Europe once the deal goes through. So all of those things are taken into account in the position that our negotiators take to the negotiations, but I'm not going to speculate on what the outcomes might be. Nothing is agreed until everything's agreed.
But beef producers, for instance, deserve the very best. So on what basis would the government accept materially lower beef access than that granted to Mercosur?
It's already answered that. Anyway.
I have answered that question, I feel, Senator. So, again, Mercosur is a grouping of 4 countries with different interests to those of Australia. The agreement, of course, agriculture is an important facet of it, but it will also cover, assuming we can get to conclusion, it will also cover investment, movement of natural persons, a full range of services, commitments, mutual recognition. There are many other elements of the agreement that go together to make a whole.
I'm sure Senator Farrell will do a fine job representing Australia's interests.
He will.
Has the department reviewed Mercosur's negotiated volumes and used this to support a better deal for Australia in the negotiations?
We always look at the outcomes in the EU's agreements with third parties, so they're a factor that we take into consideration, but it doesn't. We don't necessarily take any particular agreement, whether it's Mercosur or Canada or New Zealand or India, as representing what we should get because we have a different set of interests in our negotiations with the EU.
So what modelling, if any, did the government undertake comparing Australia's potential volumes with Mercosur's access?
We have not modelled the outcomes of the Mercosur agreement as such. We know what they are. But modelling an FTA, the process of economic modelling of an FTA is a very difficult exercise.
So no modelling, no analysis?
Analysis, well, we know what the Mercosur outcomes are, but we haven't done a process of economic modelling.
Have you got a best case scenario? Have you prepared any best case scenarios for what might be able to be achieved with the EU?
Well, the Minister has said he doesn't do bad deals. We want the very best market access outcome on beef and sheep meat that we can get with the EU.
What would Australia accept? Sorry, I'll say that again. Why would Australia accept an outcome inferior to a bloc with comparable agricultural export profiles?
Senator, just to say, as Mr. Cruz has said, this is a live negotiation. The Minister is in Brussels at the moment, fighting for the very best deal we can get. At this point, comparing it to what, as Mr. Cruz said, what the EU has with others and so on is not, it's speculative.
So is that going to be the benchmark for Australia, the Mercosur deal?
No, Senator, I didn't say that. I said that it is a live negotiation, and we are, and the Minister is fighting for every single industry sector and the market access. And as Mr. Cruz said, there has been intense engagement with stakeholders, so we're out there to get the very best deal we can.
So there is no risk that the Minister, by design or otherwise, and I'm not suggesting it would be by design, but there's no risk that the Minister would sell out Australian farmers?
The Minister would never sell out Australian farmers.
Well, that's of great comfort. So if there was any prospect of farmers being dudded, is it the case that the Minister simply wouldn't do the deal? Do you have sort of benchmarks set as to what's unacceptable? Have you prepared any recommendations for the Minister in terms of the scope of the negotiations as to what's acceptable and what's not? And if so, could we have a copy of those materials on notice?
So negotiators go into every negotiation with a mandate, but I'm afraid I can't give you our bottom lines in the negotiations that are happening today.
And why not? Why couldn't you give me
Because they're confidential between the parties until the agreement is concluded.
In my experience, when you're in a negotiation with someone, you don't tend to reveal your negotiating position. I mean, you might do that differently in the Liberal Party, but that's how we operate.
Minister Watt, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't reflect on other matters.
Well, it's an interesting approach to negotiation that you're putting forward.
And let me remind you of the rules of Senate estimates, that the fact that a confidential document exists doesn't exempt it from being produced unless there is a public interest. Now, there may well be...
Are you seriously suggesting we should table the negotiating position of the Australian government?
I am just asking the question. Absolutely, if you can make the case, Minister, that this should not be tabled and made public, I would welcome it, but I'm asking the questions. I wouldn't have thought that case
needs to be made. I would have thought it's pretty self-evident, but...
Well, Minister, there may well be, I mean, in all seriousness, there may well be certain thresholds where the government is quite happy to say, we will not allow farmers to be dudded at this level, for instance. So there may well be, so that's why I'm asking if you could take it on notice and consider the commercial and confidence matters, and to the extent that we could obtain those materials, bearing in mind that they may be exempt. But this is a matter of very high national interest, Minister.
Which is why it's a good idea to not reveal your bottom line.
Well, I will leave that for you to assess in terms of whether you consider and whether the Minister considers that this should be exempt. But obviously there is a great deal of interest in farmers getting the best possible deal. I will keep moving quickly through my questions. Can the department identify a single agricultural sector where Australia may secure a superior outcome to Mercosur?
Senator, I'm not going to speculate on what the market access outcomes for agriculture might be in the EU FTA.
Mercosur was able to secure some carve-outs for geographical indicators under a grandfathering prior user arrangement. You'd be familiar with that. Given Australia has been producing Prosecco and Feta for decades, is this being sought with the EU? We're not going to lose our Prosecco, are we? We're not going to lose our Feta?
So, Senator, we're very aware of the EU's strong interest in a range of outcomes on GIs. They know that this is a very difficult issue for us for the reasons you've just articulated. We are engaging with the EU on GIs. The EU, in all of its free trade agreements, has sought and in almost all cases has received an outcome on GIs from the other side. But again, we will only do that as part of an overall package that is in the national interest. We're very aware of the potential for flexibilities and carve-outs and grandfathering and phase-outs and things like that. So again, our negotiators are doing their very best to secure the most flexibility that we can in the negotiations.
And, you know, I just want to make it clear, when negotiations failed back in 2023, the Trade Minister said Australia needs meaningful agricultural access.
Correct.
So what is the government's definition of meaningful in tonnes and tariff terms, commodity by commodity? Could you take me through that?
Well, Senator, I think this gets us back to the question of the negotiating mandate.
So we're not able to understand what meaningful agricultural access means?
Well, no.
I mean,
is
there a red line where the minister's over there doing the deal? Is there a red line where he is prepared to say, under no circumstances would we agree to A, B, C, D and E? Is there any way that you can give us any information which I think would give Australian farmers some comfort?
I think the Minister already answered that.
Well, Mr Cruz is answering.
Well, the Minister, on behalf of the Minister, has actually already said that, to be fair, Senator.
As you say, 2 years ago the deal failed because the EU did not meet our expectations in terms of agricultural market access. And again, we have expectations, and if they are not met in the negotiations, we will walk away rather than do a bad deal.
What's the time frame? Could you give me an update on that?
So the Minister is meeting with his EU counterparts today, and the next steps in the negotiations will depend on the outcomes of those meetings.
So no other information you can give us on the time frame?
Well, it does very much depend on how today in Brussels goes, what we do next with the EU.
Have you had any report back? I mean, obviously it's obvious. What time is it in Brussels now? It's pretty early.
The meetings are underway at present.
And can you help me with the time? Is it
it's about
8 o'clock or something in the morning?
Get our phones out.
Is it 9 a.m?
Apple. What, world clock?
So the meetings are underway?
The meetings are underway this morning, yes.
And so have you had any update?
9:20.
There you go.
20 past 9
a.m.
Any update on how things are going so far?
Senator, I've just confirmed with the Minister that he doesn't think it's a good idea for us to tell the Europeans what our negotiating position is.
All right, I think we're ending those questions right
well,
now.
I'm not. No, I've got more questions. No, well...
Sorry to disappoint you, but, you know...
Well, Minister, I always try my best in the national interest.
Well, is that you trying your best to tell them?
Fighting hard on behalf of Australian farmers. So just going back to the meetings underway, it's 20 past 9, nearly 25 past 9 in Brussels. How have things gone so far? Has Minister Farrell been able to text you to let us know?
No, he has not.
I could text him directly, actually. I might do that.
Well, then I guess put it into this tonight's session. That's it.
But, Senator, as we've said, this is live. It is, I think, as Minister Farrell has said on a number of occasions, it takes as much time as it's going to take. You know, as he's been on the record, we're interested in a deal which is a good deal. I think that we've probably exhausted as far as we can go on what we can say to you at this stage. A, because we don't reveal negotiating bottom lines in a public forum, but B, because it's going on now.
So can I just put to you, and my concern is that we have conceded low quotas, geographical indicators for no real meaningful access, and I am concerned that we are potentially allowing the EU to impose its domestic policy preferences through this agreement. So can the department explain why Australia, as an exporting nation, would want to make any concessions? You've made it clear you don't want a bad deal, and we're in complete, there's a unity ticket on that. But why would you want to make any concessions that would set farmers backwards in any respect?
No one has said that they're going to do that.
Exactly.
Excellent. So is that what Minister Farrell has just texted you?
No, I don't need to. I don't need to ask Minister Farrell to be assured that he and everyone in the Australian government is committed to getting the best possible deal.
So farmers definitely won't be dudded?
In my opinion, that is correct.
No one said in Farrell's record.
So is there the risk that Australia will accept a higher regulatory burden for less market access?
Senator, I think it's pretty clear from the answers you've been receiving so far that, rightly, officials are not going to be providing in a public forum information about what we may or may not do in a negotiation that is literally recommencing in 10 minutes.
Oh, so there's a morning tea break?
I don't know, but I understand the meetings are about to resume or begin for the day, and I find it stunning that you continue to ask questions that would involve revealing our negotiating position.
Minister, I respect the commercial and confidence nature of these negotiations. What I've asked officials for is there any information that can be shared with this committee to give farmers around this country the assurance that there will be there is a red line. So, in all seriousness, I respect that.
The officials the officials have repeatedly said, and I'm repeating, that the minister and this government will not accept a bad deal for farmers or for Australians generally. And we can't give you any more detail on that, given that negotiations are underway.
Any more questions? Otherwise, we'll have to move the call
around.
Look,
I'm actually happy to share the call, Chair, so thank you very much.
Okay. Senator Cadell?
Just some follow-ups on the EU, if I can. I like the phrase, Mr Cruz, and I understand your position, not going to speculate. Haven't there been briefings with groups in Australia like MLA and ALP with actual numbers?
There have. So I can give you some numbers in terms of consultations. In between the launch of the negotiations in 2018 and October 2023, when the Osaka deal failed, we conducted more than 1,167 consultations with external stakeholders and received 1,104 submissions. So that's in the initial phase. Since we re-engaged in the middle of last year with the EU, we've conducted over 100 external stakeholder meetings, including with peak bodies, civil society, industry groups and individual companies. We're continuing to hear from stakeholders as recently as the end of last week what they want and what their interests are.
But not numbers of consultations I was talking about, but in terms of quotas and tariffs and things like that, you have given real numbers to these groups in the last couple of weeks, haven't you, where they sit?
I haven't been involved in those discussions, but the industry looks at the numbers that are out there, and I know there's been some public commentary about that.
Okay.
So the industry is aware of certain numbers being bandied around. They're not at the table in Brussels, though.
Right.
I'll ask your colleague.
But as a department, you have put real numbers and quotas and potential tariff drops in front of industry groups in the last 2 weeks, haven't you?
So, Senator, if I can answer that on a general basis, the consultations that Mr. Cruz referred to there do go into understanding industry expectations. So across each sector, there is always in an FTA negotiation of any. So I'm not talking EU FTA, because as you know, not the CN for the EU FTA, but in any negotiation, there is I'd say like a framework or, ballpark figures that are received from industry as to what they would see as being acceptable or not. But as Mr. Cruz said, that's not to say that there's been a specific number necessarily that, a definitive number that's been said, as far as I understand it. But yes, of course, what constitutes a good deal in their mind is very much part of the input that we receive.
So, for instance, imagine going back 27 days ago when I might have been a Shadow Minister for Timber. They might have mentioned like the timber industry having issues with the 5% tariff on engineered timber and beams, and you go to Sydney Fish Market, which has a beautiful timber roof that was imported from Italy with the 5% tariff in touch. Should they be fearful of that dropping to zero, so more of the Australian timber engineered products don't go into buildings like that?
Senator Cadell, again, it's a very nice way of getting to a very similar point, which is we're not going to speculate on outcomes.
Well, that's fine. I'm happy to...
I was just going to say, we are aware of that specific concern as well,
right,
from the industry. Yeah.
Well, I will give away a personal negotiating position for any of those listening. I'm more than happy for Minister Farrell to give more ground on the luxury car tax, as I always say in this. So is that up for chat at all?
The EU has expressed interest in changes to the luxury car tax. As with everything else, it will come down to what the final balanced outcome looks like.
Give them that win. Tk you very much. See you later. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Cadell. Thanks for that. Maybe we'll see you back in a different capacity in 6 weeks' time.
No. 1st of March.
Okay, 1st of March. Okay.
Well, that's depends.
Good evening to Senator Cadell. Now, Senator Henderson, have you got any more trade-related questions?
Any other national secrets you'd like us to discuss?
I was in the middle of trying to text Minister Farrell, but I'll have to... Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. At the last hearing, officials said the EU's approach to our FTA regarding the TSD chapter was closely similar to the New Zealand model. So has the EU changed its proposal to Australia since then?
No.
And can you just expand on your answer?
So the outcome in the TSD chapter will be the same as the New Zealand-EU FTA.
Okay. So an EU Commission fact sheet states that the EU-NZ FTA makes TSD commitments legally binding and enforceable and contemplates temporary suspension of trade preferences as a last resort for serious violations of core commitments, regardless of impact on trade. So does DFAT accept that is an accurate description of the EU-NZ approach?
So the ability to temporarily suspend trade preferences under our FTA will be limited to violations of certain specific labour or climate change obligations made under the TSD chapter.
So the EU's sanctions as last resort approach implemented in the EU-NZ deal was not applied in the India-EU agreement, which instead leans on consultation on cooperation for environmental matters. Does DFAT accept that if the EU is willing to do consultation, not compliance with India, then Australia should, at minimum, be able to negotiate equivalent flexibility?
Well, again, that comes down to the final parameters of the deal, and I'm unable to comment on that specifically.
Right. So you can't provide any further information?
No.
Is that because there's some commercial and confidence aspect to that?
It's because the outcome is subject to the conclusion of the final package.
Okay. Is DFAT using the EU's India approach as a precedent to argue against NZ-style enforcement for Australia?
Well, my understanding of the TSD chapter is that it was substantially concluded before the India-EU deal was done. So the India deal will not necessarily have a material impact on the outcomes of TSD for Australia-EU.
The EU's Mercosur fact sheet says Paris becomes an essential element and that TSD disputes run through consultations and a panel of experts with recommendations made public. Does DFAT consider that model less intrusive than NZ-style trade preference suspension for TSD breaches?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
And why is that? Do you not know
because
the
I'm not
answer,
familiar with the details of the TSD chapter.
Okay. Will DFAT rule out agreeing to any EU-Australia FTA text that enables suspension of tariff preferences for alleged Paris-related non-compliance, even as last resort, and regardless of impact on trade?
I'll have to take that on notice too.
And can I ask why that is?
Because I'm not familiar with the details of the TSD chapter.
Does anyone else have those details?
Our negotiators are in Brussels.
I'm sorry.
Our negotiators are in Brussels at the moment. So the people who are most intimately involved in the
Okay, I
details.
understand.
And also, as Mr. Cruz said, the final parameters of the package are subject to negotiation.
We know the EU-Mercosur agreement does not have a sanctionable TSD chapter, and we have now seen that the EU-India agreement doesn't either. Has DFAT insisted that our deal be in line with these deals where there is a non-sanctionable TSD outcome?
So my understanding of the TSD outcome is that it is the same as the New Zealand EU agreement. So it's not relevant to the Mercosur outcome or the India outcome.
Would the government accept enforceable sustainability sanctions when Mercosur and India did not do so?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't know the details of the TSD chapter well enough to answer it.
And no one else here has that detail?
No, so the chief negotiator is in Brussels.
In Brussels, okay. Does this effectively allow the EU to impose its domestic policy preferences through trade enforcement? I guess that's a key issue.
I think the answer to that question is no, but again, I'll have to take it on notice and we will check.
All right. Thank you. Chair, I am just... no one else is seeking the call?
Nope.
All right, well, look, in terms of DFAT, I'm very happy to move on in the program.
Thank you, mate.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Well, can I say thank you very much? I know there's a number of you that obviously are not here, but can you also just pass on our thanks and best wishes? Hopefully there will be a good outcome for everyone involved, particularly for Australia and our farmers. I'm sure Senator Farrell and George and the team are doing an excellent job over there at the moment. And you know, Ravi, given your past experience with a number of other agreements, how important, but also these things just don't happen overnight either too. It takes time to get a good deal, which I'm sure, knowing Senator Farrell, will come good with the goods. So pass on our thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Now, on that note, we are now going to have the Australian Trade and Investment Commission come to the table. Thanks, Sarah. We'll just suspend. Can we just suspend briefly, please? All right, welcome back, everyone. I'd now like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Good evening.
Good evening,
Good to see you, Paul. And to all your officers at the table and behind you. Did you have an opening statement?
No, Chair, I don't have an opening
You happy to go straight to questions? You happy to go straight to questions?
Straight to questions.
Excellent.
Yes, Chair, happy to go straight to questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Grimes, good evening to you and your team. I just wanted to ask about the export market development grants. So given tiers and appropriation levels are out of scope for, and this is about the independent review, for the independent review, what internal governance process exists to address tier design and funding adequacy outside the review?
So, Senator, the review will inform the next round of the EMDG program. So logically it makes sense for the government to receive that review and then in consultation and in conjunction with the receipt of that review, Austrade will then progress the work around the design of the next round of EMDG grants.
Has the independent reviewer reported to the Minister or the Department?
No, Senator. The independent reviewer is in the final stages of finalising his report, but it has not been finalised yet and it has not been provided to the Minister for Trade and Tourism. And
just in terms of what are the... So you haven't had any update at all or any progress report?
So the Austrade supports the reviewer in his work, but he hasn't completed his independent report, and that will be completed, I would imagine, in coming weeks, but it will be some weeks before he completes the report and then submits it to the Minister for consideration, recognising that the next round, we wouldn't be anticipating that would open until late towards the end of this year.
Mr Grimes, there is some really genuine concern from industry that the review was quite a superficial exercise with limited scope and authority to address the program's fundamental issues. And can I just put to you and ask you to respond on industry feedback? So applicants are frustrated by the lack of funding. This tiered system is overly complex. And this first come, first served approach, which of course is contrary to the whole notion of competitive assessment, is also has caused enormous issues as well. Can I get you to respond to those concerns?
Well, I certainly see Mr Yeen's report as providing an excellent opportunity to air and consider a number of those concerns that have been raised by stakeholders. Senator, you quite properly...
Except those concerns, Mr Grimes.
Senator, I was finishing my answer.
Yes, sure.
You appropriately drew attention to the fact that there are broader policy parameters as well. And in the lead up to the next round of the MDG, Austrade will ensure that we're consulting and listening to stakeholders and indeed ensuring that we provide well-balanced and considered advice to the Minister for Trade and Tourism.
Except for the fact that so much of the concerns about this program falls outside the review. And so there is concern that this is just a box-ticking exercise.
The major concerns that I'm aware of are concerns, as you indicated, that relate to the essentially the first in best dressed model. And I'm very confident that Mr Yeen has and will have a very good opportunity to fully consider the matters that have been raised by stakeholders.
Is Austrade separately making a submission to the review?
No, we're not separately making submission to the review, but in the normal course of events, we would expect that once the review has been completed and submitted to the Minister may seek advice from us and would provide any further advice at that stage.
So you're not able to assess the draft recommendations or have some input at all?
As I indicated, Senator, we support the reviewer in the preparation of his review report, but at the end of the day, the final review report is a matter for the independent reviewer, and as you'd expect, I want to be, quite respectful that at the end of the day, the reviewer has the final say on the recommendations that he is making to the Minister for Trade and Tourism.
Have you consulted with the reviewer at all in relation to any aspect of his report?
In the conduct of his report, we regularly have conversations with the reviewer because Austrade provides the Secretariat support to support him in the development of his report.
And have you provided any feedback on any draft or any aspect of any draft?
Yes, we
portion of the
we
report?
would provide feedback to the reviewer, but at the end of the day, as I was saying before, Senator, the review's recommendations are a matter for the reviewer.
No, I understand that. So what have you been doing? You've been looking at draft versions of certain parts of the report?
So the reviewer is currently finalising his report. As he does that, he's seeking support from Austrade. We're providing that support, but at all stages, any support that we provide will be subject to his consideration.
Okay, all right. And is there anything else that you wanted to report at all about the review?
Only the
I
point
guess to give industry confidence, Mr Grimes. So industry does feel confident that some of these core problems are being addressed.
Only the point that I made earlier, and that is that I certainly see the review as an excellent opportunity to reflect on the experience of round 4. Are there any lessons to be learnt and opportunities to improve the program?
Okay, could we have on notice the documents that you have reviewed, please, as part of this review process?
We can take that on notice.
Thank you very much. What would you like to see? I mean, I understand that it's independent, but what would you like to see come out of the review, and what improvements do you believe are warranted to ensure that industry has greater confidence in these grants?
I don't believe it's appropriate for me to be speculating on the recommendations of the review, but I'm very happy to say that I would expect that the reviewer will be listening to the views that are being put forward by stakeholders. We're taking those into consideration and providing some well-considered recommendations for the Minister's consideration.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I will leave my questions there. So thank you very much for your attendance this evening.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator. Look, I've just got maybe a couple of questions just wanted to ask around Access in New Markets initiative. And how is this Access in New Markets initiative supporting Australian businesses to find new opportunities?
Well, the Accessing New Markets initiative is intended to be delivered in conjunction with peak industry bodies. Austrade's working very, very closely with those bodies at the moment on the rolling out of the Accessing New Markets initiative. Senator, we have a tendency to always give programs an acronym, so we refer to it as the AMNI program. So if you hear officers referring it to as AMNI, it is the Accessing New Markets Initiative. 40 peak bodies have been selected to be participants, I should say, in a trade diversification network. We're working in close conjunction with those peak bodies to develop trade diversification plans with specifically focused activities to support the diversification of Australian exports. At the same time, we're ensuring that there's an increase in our capacity in our international network to support the initiatives being delivered through AMNI. We've established a task force within Austrade. That task force is called the Trade Diversification Task Force. Our General Manager, who is the leader of the task force, Mr Jay Meek, is with us this evening. Indeed, he's with us here at the table.
Well, hello. In terms of the Trade Diversification Network, what sectors will benefit from the activities of this network?
I think I might hand to Mr Meek to give you a sense of the broad-ranging sectors that are represented in the Trade Diversification Network.
Thanks, Senator. Jay Meek, General Manager, Trade Diversification Task Force. So in the formation of the Trade Diversification Network, we went through a competitive process to select peak bodies, and it would be fair to say there is representation from agri-food, consumer, technology, health, green economy, defence, and First Nations, and more broadly multi-sectoral peak bodies. That, as Dr Grimes mentioned, that we're actually in the process of building plans for that diversification. So it's quite broad in terms of covering the Australian economy, where the support will form around this diversification work.
And I guess in addition to the AMNI, did I say it right?
AMNI.
Yeah. We used acronyms with defence yesterday. What has the government done more broadly to diversify our trading relations and deliver for our exporters?
So through this program that we have basically been, whilst we've been working with peaks to build their plans, that we've been focused on enhancing some activities around the world, and a good example of that recently is Gulf Foods in the Middle East, that we scaled that up. There are over 100 Australian companies that were present into that market, a very strong growing market for Australian agri-food exports in particular, and others. And we've utilised that funding for that type of work, and obviously allowed us to use the free trade agreement that has also come into play.
Yeah, because was it the end of January, the Gulf Foods? Was that something where Senator Farrell went?
Correct,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Senator Daniel Boyer, Deputy CEO, Trade and Investment. If you don't mind, I'd add, because you asked more broadly about what the government was doing, I'd also add the Southeast Asia Business Exchange, which has seen us really drive exporters into the new and quite exciting markets in Southeast Asia. I would also add the South Asia Business Exchange and the work that we've done in particular in India, but also into other parts of that region like Bangladesh as well. All of those have really seen us diversify our base of exporters into markets that traditionally have not been dominant in our trade figures. So, and as Mr. Meek mentioned, with the UAE CEPA coming into force, events like Gulf Food are really important as well to help sort of drive us into that part of the world too.
I was just about to ask you about the Middle East and obviously the UAE. So many great opportunities, I think, that will come out of that agreement, but also more broadly in that part of the world and the footprint that I think the UAE provides Australia's exporters and businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mr. Meek can give you some of the numbers associated with Gulf Food, but it was certainly the largest contingent of Australian exporters that we've taken to that event. Certainly in my history in the organisation. Mr. Meek might have a longer memory than me, but it was a very successful stint already. Obviously, it usually takes us kind of 6 to 12 months to really test the commercial outcomes of a mission like that, because it takes time to do the one-on-one bilateral negotiations between companies. But even the early indications are really positive.
And Senator, if I could add, the work in the lead up to that agreement coming into force saw, I think it was in the 24-25 year, agri-food exports increased by 19.4% or 7.58 billion into the Middle East region. So what we are seeing is Australian businesses look very closely at that region that's growing and how they can actually pivot into that market and supply it.
And not just agri-food.
No, it's broader than that as well. So across the region, we've also got the MET sector supplying, which is for the mining sector that supports it. We've got a whole number of sectors, including tech and others.
Health in
consumer health, that are looking at the opportunities that exist in the growing region.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to the great work that you're doing to promote Australia, businesses and our wonderful products around the world. All right, well, I think on that note, have a good evening.
Thank you, Chair.
And we are now going to get ready with Tourism Australia.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Senator.
G'day, how you going?
I'm good, how are you?
Thank you. Hi, how you going?
All right, I'd now like to welcome Managing Director of Tourism Australia, Mr. Mack. Hello. And to all your officers at the table. Did you have an opening statement?
I do have an opening statement. I can table it or read it. It's up to yourself, Chair.
If you have a table it, that'd be awesome, and we'll get straight to questions.
I can do that.
All right. And we'll get a copy, which is just come in here. Senator Henderson, you have the call.
Mr. Mack, I've just received your opening statement. So this is a summary of your work since the last time you appeared. Can I ask you about your KPIs for 2025-26? If you could just go through those and just indicate which you are exceeding, which you are meeting, and if any, which are perhaps falling behind?
Yes, I can do that for you, Senator. And thank you, Robin Mack, Managing Director, Tourism Australia. For us, when we look at KPIs overall, we look at visitation, expenditure as well. I'll just ask my colleague to see if I can get the latest that we have on our expenditure. But while that's coming up, one of the measures that we do look at in terms of KPIs is consideration that comes through in terms of our campaigns and awareness that we reach. So if I look at FY25, that reached 55.2% at 54. And we also look at expenditure as well, and we look at the bid fund program. While I'm just getting the stats, but from the bid fund program, we look at, which is actually, for context of the bid fund program, that's a subvention fund that we support our industry around the country when they're bidding at the critical competitive stage of winning international incentives and conferences coming to Australia. We have a subvention called the bid fund program, and we monitor the return on investment that gives us. So for every dollar that we invest in that gives us $52 return as a bid fund perspective. We also look at what the rating is for our events and satisfaction of our events. We hold over 50 events around the world for our industry to be able to connect in with us and do business for distribution around the world. And for that, we have a target of 91%. And forgive me, but I think it was in the 90s, 95%. I think from memory, but I'll take that on notice to confirm it, but exceeding that. And then we look at expenditure overall for the visitors as well as leisure expenditure as well.
So which KPIs, if any, are behind target this financial year?
So we're at the moment, in terms of where we're at for the targets, I'd say it's a bit early to say before the end of the year because we've got a bit of a backlog on data. So we have targets as at the last data we have for expenditure is September. So we obviously look at financial year through to June. So we'll have a bit of a time lag. So it's hard to say at this stage, Senator, if we're behind on those targets. But we certainly have them in place as an organisation with our KPIs.
And but year to year, so September to September the previous year.
Yes.
How are you tracking?
September to the previous year.
In terms of the data you do have.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that one KPI where you're concerned that you may be falling behind?
At this stage, no. The one that we look at is the international expenditure and where we're at with that. But it's a little bit early, as I say, in this financial year to make a prediction of where we'll be heading. But
can you do year-on-year comparisons?
I can take that on notice to give you that. I don't have it in front of me here, but I can look at that. Yes.
And are there any trends where you feel that you're on track, or is there any one of your KPIs where you think you're falling behind based on what you've seen so far?
Yeah, from the bid fund perspective, definitely not. I know that's tracking really well. Since we launched the program in 2018, we actually have had 205 wins out to 2029. It's delivering 1.38 billion to the visitor economy. In fact, that's an increase of 380 million that we've had in the last 12 months, so tracking very well on the bid fund. Our event scores and satisfaction are tracking well as well. Business events overall and the return of our business events numbers are probably, that's the one that's fallen behind a little bit in terms of the latest stats. The others are all we're seeing growth, but the business events ones of expenditure has fallen behind a little bit. So that's one we're monitoring closely. But again, that's data to September. So we're looking at that. But it's still the business event sector brings in, I think it's 3.96 billion in terms of economic value.
If you could provide year-on-year data.
Yes.
And so we can just have a look at
I certainly can.
how things are tracking.
Yes.
We would be most grateful. What about the current total Come and Say G'day campaign spend by financial year?
Yes.
And happy to take this on notice.
Thank you, Senator.
Is there any snapshot you can provide of that campaign?
I can, while my colleague's looking for that in terms of spend and where we're at, but what I can tell you is that performance-wise and how it's going. So we did the Chapter 2 launch in August of Come and Say G'day. We launched it a few years ago, and 130 million will be spent on that over 2 years in our 16 markets around the world. In terms of results, though, overall, that's already had 522 million video views and had an ROI, let me tell you you, actually.
And is that mainly Robert Irwin?
Robert Irwin is definitely a key part of that, but that's across the whole videos that we have, the film assets that we have. He stars in several of them, but he's certainly giving us a welcome boost. We actually have a breakdown of that by market, and I can tell you that for the US, we are at, I think it was 107 million. Bear with me 1 second. Here we go. Of those 522 million views, 105 million of those have been in the US, so that is very much Robert Irwin. And also, second to that, actually just a little bit above that, is China at 109 million views. So it breaks down across the markets as well. And if
so what are the, just to go for the breakdown of markets, what are the top 5 markets where the campaign improved conversion and where it underperformed as well? Are you able to just...
Yeah, I don't have a breakdown by market on performance of the campaign. I can take it on notice and get it for you. But overall, we're extremely happy with the campaign. I'd actually be surprised, but I will take it on notice that we haven't exceeded the target set for each of our markets because it's performing so well. It's really resonating with the target audience. It's the consideration of people seeing the advert and then actually wanting to take the next step is super positive in terms of what we've got. In fact, the stats we had just after launch were 83% who saw the advert said they would consider travelling to Australia after seeing the campaign. 77% said they would plan a trip to Australia in the next 2 years after seeing the campaign. And nearly 9 in 10 of our high-yielding travellers want to find out more of Australia as seeing the advert. So what we'll be able to provide on notice is where we're at in terms of the delivery in each of those markets against the campaign. What we work on separately, though, is what we do with our partnerships to convert the activity. Now, we work with about 150 partners around the world every year, 24 airlines, key distribution partners. A lot of those campaigns are running currently, but what we can supply you, and I can actually share now in terms of the results of our campaigns from last financial year, in terms of what we delivered for the partnerships, which might give you an indication, is 20% increase in terms of the target that we were set in incremental growth for the passengers that were booked as a result of those campaigns.
And what about the markets in terms of comparison with pre-COVID performance? So can I just ask about how you're tracking?
Absolutely.
And what is Tourism Australia's specific recovery plan per market?
Yes.
Given where you're at as compared to pre-COVID?
Yes, absolutely. And it actually does vary by market. So I'm glad you said that because it really, as I say, it's a different case for every market. But those, if we look back at 2019 in terms of the statistics and what they've achieved, beyond those numbers so far, we have India, we have South Korea, we have UK, we have Indonesia, France and Italy, Vietnam and New Zealand. So we target 16 markets. So that's 8 of our 16 markets have already surpassed 2019 figures in terms of visitation. One of the standouts for that is South Korea, which is actually 143% up, so 43% up of where they were in 2019, so going phenomenally well. And aviation's a critical part of that success. India is going well. The UK is a standout market most recently because, particularly because of the Lions. Rugby tour earlier in last year in July, but then the Ashes in the latter part of the year drove a phenomenal increase. In fact, numbers just came out today for arrivals, and for the UK market, we saw the biggest number we've ever had from the UK in one particular month, 138,000 arrivals, which was up 33% on the previous year. So that is going phenomenally well. And the other markets, a slower return in some of them. China is actually one of our fastest growing markets if we look at it year to year, but it's still down on where it was pre-COVID levels, about 30%. So it's a slower return on that. But the numbers that we are getting from a tourism perspective is very much a quality visitor that's coming through. We're getting a lot more FIT travellers, less of the larger groups that are coming through. And actually the business events sector from China, because you have to kind of break down each market by sector of travel, the business events sector is actually exceeding 2019 as well.
Could we just get an update in terms of each market and each sector?
Yes.
Pre-COVID to now, just so we can
I can take
look
that
at
on
those
notice,
figures?
Senator. Yes.
And if you could just provide, and if there is any insights that you can provide in terms of where you're, we're underperforming as a country, and what TA is doing about that. So do you, if you, like, are there
Absolutely.
any specific initiatives? Is there any particular markets where things are not going so well, and how TA is going to address that?
Yeah, I can talk about how we address each market. We can give the data on notice, absolutely. In terms of how we address them, we obviously adapt our strategy in each market. We have a degree of our brand activity, Come and Say G'day, to drive consideration of Australia and keep it top of mind. At any one time, the consumer in our target markets is thinking no more of 2 or 3 destinations of where they're looking for. It's incredibly competitive. So we're trying to keep Australia top of mind with the Come and Say G'day campaign, leading on that. Then we'll work with partners in every market around the world. But then we have a degree of activity to support it. Think of it like an ecosystem for each market. So we'll be training travel agents through our Aussie Specialist program on how best to sell it. We'll be bringing the key decision makers across to our events here, like Australia Tourism Exchange. So the levers that we pull to increase that recovery are very much in place for every market. We actually, through our annual operating plan, obviously do a bespoke strategy for each market to meet the needs with the budget that we have.
Mr. Mack, I just wanted to also briefly raise concerns about your work and your marketing into regional communities and regional Australia. So what campaigns or partnerships specifically target regional products? There tends to be lots of iconic images in your material, but what are you doing to drive visitation into small regional markets and to support small regional operators?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Regional dispersal is very important to us. You know, our job is to get people here and getting them moving around the country as much as possible. We target high-yielding travellers who will stay more, spend more, but also disperse more. That's who we're targeting to travel around. Every market is a little bit different. Some of them can come for shorter periods of time. Some can come for longer periods of time. But the advertisement you see us run with Come and Say G'day, which actually has a degree of regional destinations in as well as the more iconic city destinations, it's a very much mix covered in those adverts, is kind of almost the tip of the iceberg for the content that we have, because underneath that we have a breadth of activity that is part of like we call our media host program, where we bring journalists and media over here, influencers, content creators, to cover a lot of content that sits through social channels, through their publications, that's reaching our target audience. So that is where we can also not only mention and cover regional destinations within our hero advertisement, but we can cover so much beyond that in that layer down, which is where we're talking and bringing to life the depth and breadth of Australia as a destination. So that's an example of our marketing and creative. And in terms of our media hosting program, there is always an element where they'll be visiting a city destination, but we always try and get them out into the regions as well, so it increases the coverage of what they do. We also look at our Aussie Specialist Training Program. I mentioned that earlier. That's how we train travel agents how best to sell Australia. That trains them on the whole country. It's not just cities. We have training sessions that our team around the world do, which targets about 65,000 people are trained every year by this group of trainers that we have that are out there doing webinars and face-to-face training. That's all regional content as well as cities. It's about itinerary building and getting people beyond the communities, out of the cities into the communities.
Do you utilise product placement in television programs, films, documentaries and the like?
We don't do that from a screen tourism perspective, not our role. We're doing the advertisements for it. If there are film companies that approach us for content, obviously we have an amazing video and image gallery that is free to anyone who wants, it's got over 10,000 images in it that people can use, download for free, so we can help in that regard. We will be approached sometimes for bespoke suggestions if they're visiting somewhere, but we don't do product placements, no.
Okay. And have you extended the deal with Robert Irwin? We chatted about that last time.
We did, Senator.
I have
We
got a
did.
crush on him.
We've got still a little
I
bit.
think everyone's got a crush on him.
We've still got a little bit of time left on the contract, and he's very much he's actually an official friend of Australia and working well with us. But he just continues to shine in everything he does, and that's all the benefit for us in our campaign, in our activity. But yes,
I might be outnumbered.
It's working well.
I suggested we might call him before the estimates the next time.
Well, I have just texted Minister Farrell, but he hasn't responded. But we might have more luck.
Has he got your number?
Robert Irwin. Mr. Mack, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to your team for all your hard work. I appreciate your attendance. We will have more questions on notice, which
Yes.
we'll submit. Thank you,
Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
All right. I do have a feeling that Mr. Irwin's very popular amongst some of the female senators. I'm not sure why, but anyway, maybe it was a very
I
good
can
impression.
explain
He's-
more later.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's right.
That might be wise, Senator. Thank you. Just following on that campaign, it sort of went to some of the question that Senator Henderson asked, just around the metrics that you use. Are you able to provide a bit more information for the committee regarding how you measure the success of the campaign?
Yes, yeah. So we
Please.
look at overall how many people will access the video content to look at that. And as I mentioned earlier, it's 522 million views globally have done that. But we also look at social media impressions, which has been 92 million that we've had. And then we look what content has been created through word of mouth and also through our Avatar visiting journalist programs. And to date, since we relaunched the campaign in August, we've had almost 8,500 articles around the campaign have come through. And that's a value, equivalent advertising value, if we were buying that space, worth $331 million. So performing well against our targets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in terms of market research, you no doubt conduct market research into how effective these campaigns
Yes.
are. I mean, is there anything else you're able to elaborate or provide for the committee?
Yes, a couple of points I mentioned before, but one of the, when we test the advertisement around the world, and we actually invest a lot in research because we think we produced a good advertisement, we've got to test it really works with the diverse range of customers and markets we have. We're in 16 markets around the world. And we test that quite rigorously. And when we test it, we look at emotional response from the people looking at it and will they take a next step. And it actually performs in the top 1% of tourism adverts that they're seeing and testing. So we know it's really resonating. But I mentioned some of the stats earlier, but another one is 3 in 4 of our high-yielding travellers indicate there is something new in which they hadn't realised Australia was known for. And I think that's how we're getting that balance of the icons. We're known for kangaroos, so we use our animated Ruby Roo as a brand code for come and say g'day. But they also see the icons that they might be familiar with, but then they're getting a depth of product in there. So we're actually breaking new ground with the consumer and showing more of Australia than they first initially thought.
And in terms of these campaigns, is it something you're expecting to roll out every 1 or 2 years, like a new campaign?
We monitor the campaign for the success and make sure it's still resonating, and then we take action. We first launched this Come and Say Good Day campaign back in 2022, making sure we were responding.
You've taken a different approach this time round with this campaign, haven't you? To
We
previous
have,
campaigns?
yes. So we launched Come and Say Good Day in 2022. It was going really well, but we want to keep evolving it, make sure it gives us cut through. So that's when, in the Chapter 2 launch, which we started in August across our markets, we took a local advocacy approach. Hence, Robert Irwin was used in the US. We used Nigella Lawson in the UK, and Vera Yoshu, a very famous Chinese actor for China, to really look at who are the friends of Australia but resonate with the target customers in each of those markets. So we know that they're seeing what we're sharing with them, but they're also hearing it from a voice of someone they trust, an advocate, and sharing their love of Australia and the fact that when they've been here, it's generated memories that last a lifetime. So that's the evolution we've had with the campaign. But we always monitor it, we always evolve and look at how we can make make it better. There's also bespoke campaigns that you might not be aware of that come from that.
Yeah.
So, for example, for the recent Ashes campaign, we ran a How's That campaign, How's That for a Holiday, with Pat Cummins starring in that, and that was ran in the UK market with 22 million video views for it. But the strategy for that is when people are watching these major events that we have here in Australia, when the eyes of the world are on it, or the eyes of the country are on it in that instance, they're being enticed with advertisements around it for coming to Australia for a holiday. So that's very effective as well. So they're watching it, but come over as well.
Oh, good on you. Do you tailor or have these ads run here locally?
We don't. It's not designed for the domestic market,
okay.
so we don't do domestic tourism, just inbound international. So they're very created for the target customer overseas.
I'm sure like a lot of Aussies, you know, we probably don't even know half the country that we live in, right? It's such a great place and so wonderful, the ads that you produce. So well done.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Look, on that note, I just want to say thank you to you and your team. I'm sure if Senator Farrell's here to say thank you, but Senator Watt's equally impressed by the work that you do. And again, thank you on behalf of the committee for the work you do.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues. Well, on that note, that concludes today's proceedings. It is requested that senators do submit written questions on notice by the 20th of February to allow sufficient time for answers, and the committee has set the 10th of April as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I want to thank Minister Wong, Minister Watt, Ms Adams, all the other officers of the department who appeared from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, all the agencies and witnesses who gave evidence at today's hearing. Thank you to Hansard Broadcasting and, of course, our Secretariat. And I, on that note, declared that the hearing is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The committee will resume its hearing, and I now welcome the Honourable Don Farrell, representing the Attorney-General. Welcome, Minister. I also call officers from the Australian Federal Police. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
Chair, thank you for the opportunity of making an opening statement, but given that I think it's important that the committee get an opportunity to ask as many questions as possible, I'm happy to defer that right and get into it.
Thank you very much, Minister, and apologies, I should have welcomed Secretary. Thank you for joining us. Commissioner, would you like to make an opening statement before we go to questions? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. Today I want to provide some practical information about the safety and protection of parliamentarians and high office holders for the weeks and months ahead. I have some sobering information that I need to share, and at the end of this hearing, can I encourage you all to think about your plans for the upcoming poll and consider providing the AFP with relevant details so that we can make informed decisions and provide you with the necessary advice. The number of reports of threats to high office holders, federal parliamentarians, dignitaries and electorate officers continues to grow. In 2021-2022, there were 555 reports. In 2022-2023, there were 709 reports. In 2023-2024, there were 1,009 reports, and this financial year, as of the 28th of February 2025, there have been 712 reports. At this rate, the number of threats this financial year will surpass those in 2023-2024. These numbers refer to the total number of threats and reports of harassment, nuisance and offensive communications reported to the AFP. It includes both direct and indirect threats relating to or reported by protected interests. The politicians who've been targeted are across the political spectrum, live throughout Australia and are of different backgrounds. A lot of these threats are directed at male politicians and high office holders. However, the nature of threats and comments directed at female parliamentarians and high office holders are particularly troubling. Australia's politicians and high office holders are being targeted because they have a public profile, because of the comments that they have made in the media or their positions on policy. However, in some cases, it appears male offenders are targeting women because they are women or women with an ethnic background. The AFP will not tolerate this criminality and will take swift action. While not all reports of crime will reach a criminal threshold, and not all parliamentarians and high office holders will want us to lay formal charges, often they will ask us just to talk to the alleged offender. Noting that the AFP has a victim-centric approach, we will often be guided by their wishes and deploy the blue uniform to knocking on an offender's door. This can be enough to stop the harassment. And usually when we knock on their door, they are shocked to see us, one, because they probably thought we could not identify them, and two, because they say they never meant to cause offence. In the past 13 weeks, we have charged 6 men in 5 separate incidents for threatening parliamentarians and 1 man for allegedly threatening a political organisation. Their ages range from 29 years to 64 years. Whilst these are concerning statistics, our febrile environment in Australia is similar to many other democracies. COVID-19 has contributed to a growing distrust in traditional institutions and polarised community views. And anonymising platforms have emboldened people to make comments and threats from a distance. In Australia, we are recording an increase in issue-motivated extremism and offenders who are quickly willing to use violence to further their cause. For those at the table today and more broadly across the Parliament, there is formal protective security advice in the Stay Secure booklet, this one here, and we also provide on planned official engagements which enables the AFP to assess whether a parliamentarian's activities may present an increased security risk, and this is a standard practice and will continue post-election. Not all officers do this, but I encourage you all to consider the offer because we need to work in partnership with you all. The closer we cooperate, the better the service the AFP will be able to provide. The AFP has developed election-specific protective security advice. This has been prepared in consultation with key Commonwealth agencies and offers practical advice to address key campaigning risks for parliamentarians. This advice is available for parliamentarians and their staff to reinforce the importance of personal security as well as the reporting mechanisms for responses and intervention where required. Right now, our security protection diplomatic liaison teams around the country are engaging with parliamentarians and their staff. The AFP has established Operation Australis 25, which is supported by Commonwealth agencies and state and territory law enforcement partners to enable a coordinated, rapid response for triaging, assessing and acting upon threats and reports of crime. An Incident Coordination Centre will operate 7 days a week and will manage all of the operations and information related to the federal election. I know some of this information will be confronting to parliamentarians, staff and families. However, we need to provide the right education, not just for victims, but to deter those who think it is acceptable to threaten politicians or high office holders. This goes to the heart of protecting our democracy and ensuring the cowards behind the correspondence do not silence the voices who serve and contribute to Australia. Thank you, and I wish you all a safe campaign, and we're now happy to take questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I hand the call to Senator Patterson, can I say thank you for the work that your officers do to keep parliamentarians and office holders safe. We're very appreciative of your of the work and your teams. Can I, if I on indulgence, just ask one question from your language and your tone? You seem pretty concerned about this escalation. Your advice to parliamentarians explicitly is to refer rather than not refer.
We would prefer you to refer. It may be that you don't want to lay charges, but it paints a picture for us because that individual or individuals might have committed this 4 or 5 times, and then there's certain independent things we can do, whether it be we just go and talk to that person or persons. So the more information we get, the better we're able to, provide the correct response.
one more question, sorry.
Yes.
And does that include communications, electronic communications, as well as
Especially
other types?
electronic communications, because you'll get some vile threats, and I've read some of them. They're absolutely horrific, and we are pretty good at working out normally who has undertaken that, and whether it's sitting in Australia or overseas, and that's why we work with our overseas partners as well if it is coming from overseas.
Yeah, well, thank you, and thank you for that work that you do, but it sounds like the enormous amount of work that you'll undertake during the election itself. Senator Patterson, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and on behalf of the Coalition, can I add my appreciation as well for all the work that the AFP has already done in this space, and what I know you and your officers will do over the next 5 or 6 weeks on behalf of the Parliament, but also on behalf of our democracy. It's unfortunate that so much resources from the AFP has to be deployed on threats like these, but that is the world we live in, and you recognise the reality of that, and we're grateful for it. Moving on to some other matters, the committee's just received correspondence from the Attorney General making an application for public interest immunity, and it hasn't considered it yet, and that's a matter for the committee, and I'll leave the committee to resolve that at the first opportunity. But it has only come in literally as we're sitting down to open up questions, and I did have questions on the matter it relates to, which is broadly the dual caravan incident. So could you just clarify for my benefit, given we've only just received the correspondence, what can we ask questions about, or what can you answer questions about relating to the dual caravan incident, and what can you not?
Thank you, Senator. I acknowledge we will be asked questions today regarding Operation Kissinger. Deputy Commissioner Barrett will provide some answers, but will not provide information that risks an ongoing investigation. We have cited the Minister's claim of public interest immunity on the basis of prejudice to the security and defence of the Commonwealth and prejudice to Commonwealth and state relations, so the AFP will not be in a position to answer questions that may traverse that claim. Given continued leaks that have significantly impacted on this operation, we will be very firm on what information we will not provide, and I'll refer any specific questions to Deputy Commissioner Barrett.
Okay. Just on that last reference to leaks, I mean, obviously nothing you've provided in a public forum to the Parliament is a leak. That's just information you put on the public record. Any leaks that have happened about this investigation must have come from people familiar with the investigation, which is not members of this committee, is it?
Well, no, but there are processes that you would appreciate that have been undertaken in regards to that.
I do appreciate that, and I do appreciate the damage that a leak can do, but answering a question from the Parliament about the conduct of the AFP is not a leak, and we have a task to do on behalf of taxpayers to ensure that the funds that you administer achieve the objectives that the government tasks you with, including keeping Australians safe, and this is a serious incident which Australians have interest in. So we do need to be able to ask questions, and I hope that in answering those questions you are guided by a principle of as much transparency as possible without jeopardising the investigation.
Of course, Senator.
Thank you. So I assume, based on that PAI letter, which, as I said, it's a matter for the committee to decide whether it accepts the claim or not, that questions about when or if the Prime Minister or ministers were briefed about this issue won't be answered by the AFP?
That's correct.
And can you explain why answering questions about that matter would be prejudicial to the investigation?
I'll just go back to the statement I just made, Senator.
I do understand at the last estimates why there was a lot of reluctance about that, but since that last estimates, there's been significant developments in the case, including people being arrested in connection with the investigation. And the AFP and New South Wales Police have themselves put on the public record at a press conference a higher degree of information about the case, none of which was asked about in the previous round of estimates, and probably none of which I would have asked about in this estimates had it not been public. So why is it that the AFP can disclose so much in a public press conference along with New South Wales Police, but not to a Senate committee?
I can see how it would be of interest to the committee. for us, it goes back to, again, maintaining independence of that investigation, and any problematic intersections within those investigations, they end up in court. And I've seen it before where some investigations are accidentally trampled on or interfered with, and then you're in a scenario where the real criminals that we're after, the organised crime principals, have claims for legal challenge. So we are quite sensitive to that, Senator, given the fact that the AFP, we don't take on, you know, a corner store thief or anyone like that. These are well-resourced, organised crime targets, know our system very well, have tried to work out some of our tactics. So we're often loath to actually go down this path with anything that's active. And for me to then disclose what is active, then that's intelligence that they will use against us in continually trying to outwit and outplay the AFP and law enforcement.
I certainly appreciate the seriousness of this investigation and the work that the AFP does, but one of the things you just said in your answer I find difficult to reconcile, which is that information that's provided could be used as part of a legal defence or to thwart an investigation or charges. I mean, you would know that evidence provided to the Senate and committee is protected by parliamentary privilege. It is inadmissible in a court hearing. It cannot be used as part of a defence.
I understand that. I think just reaffirming this is the Attorney General's claim.
Yes, I do note that. All right, well, I'll persist the best as I can to ask these questions, and we'll see how far we go. What can you tell me about Mr. Syed Akka, who's been publicly reported as the individual believed to be responsible for coordinating these attacks from offshore?
Senator, Deputy Commissioner Chrissy Barrett, Deputy Commissioner National Security. Perhaps what might be helpful is if I can go through the information that we are prepared to say publicly
yes, please.
And see where we land at the end of that. To start with, in Sydney on the 19th of March, both myself and Assistant Commissioner Stephen Nutt met with the Executive Council of Australian Jury, including Peter Wertheim and Alex Rivkin. We provided them with more context about this crime, given it is weighing very heavily on their community. We spoke about further opportunities, including how we as law enforcement can work together to tackle anti-Semitism. We continue to speak to a number of other Jewish organisations and also the Government Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism, and I just want to thank them all for their support during this time. I do note, Senator Patterson, that you did just acknowledge, and also earlier today, that we went into quite a lot of detail about the incident when we held the media conference on the 10th of March this year. I can say that we really pushed the limits in our public statement about what we were prepared to say publicly during that conference. And the reason we pushed the limits so hard was because we knew how important it was to address multiple audiences, so particularly and including the Jewish community who have been living in fear. That was the first and the last time that the AFP has publicly provided any operational information in relation to the operation. So I don't intend to provide anything further today outside of what has already been said publicly. And that's because this, of course, is an ongoing investigation. There are some key pieces of information that I can reaffirm today that perhaps would be helpful. So I can reaffirm that within hours of the caravan being found, any perceived threat was mitigated and the investigation was referred to the New South Wales Joint Counter-Terrorism Team. I can confirm almost immediately that our experienced investigators believed that the caravan was a fabricated terrorism plot. This was because of information that we already had, how easily the caravan was found, how visible the explosives were, and also that there was no detonator that was located. So the caravan was never going to cause a mass casualty event. I do want to say that the JCTT on multiple occasions, up to the Joint Management Committee, which is Assistant Commissioner level, discussed providing information to the public as early as we possibly could, noting the current environment. However, During our investigations, we did continue to receive tip-offs about other terror plots related to this matter, and I think you can understand that we do have to treat those at their highest out of an abundance of caution. In terms of motive, we allege that a person offshore, so a suspected criminal that is facing serious charges here in Australia, used local criminals to leverage the ongoing social cohesion concerns in this country. We allege this person paid local criminals to carry out anti-Semitic graffiti and vandalism for weeks whilst planning the caravan plot. And we know that this was to create absolute fear and anxiety in the Jewish community to get the attention from law enforcement. In exchange for providing information of an imminent threat, they wanted to return to Australia without being sent straight to jail. As I said during the media conference, regardless of the motivation of those responsible for this fake plot, this has had an absolutely chilling effect on the Jewish community, and this twisted, self-serving criminality, no doubt, has terrified and terrorised Jewish Australians. What organised crime has done to the Jewish community is reprehensible. I said that on the day at the media conference. And there was also unwarranted suspicion directed at other communities as well, which is also reprehensible. And I do want to say that using anti-Semitism or deploying anti-Semitic methods to get a deal with the Commonwealth will not work, and it is really despicable. In this case, it's backfired on this individual, and today I call out this reprehensible plot for what it is: hateful, evil, offensive, and weaponising anti-Semitism. And I just want to finally say that this investigation was being progressed by the JCTT as a covert investigation until it was publicly disclosed by the Daily Tally on the 29th of January. That disclosure has had a significant detrimental impact on our ability to use our full suite of covert strategies and investigative capabilities to bring those responsible to justice. With every media article that's continued to draw this investigation out in the public domain, our members have had to quickly pivot and adapt their investigative strategies. Now, I spent time with our investigators in Sydney last week, and to say that they're very frustrated doesn't quite capture the mood amongst them. So I do want to take this opportunity to recognise how hard they've been working and what a great job they've done under such challenging circumstances.
Thank you. I appreciate that frustration on behalf of the team working on this. It would be very frustrating to have it disrupted in the way that it was. Given that, what investigation has taken place into the source of the leaks or the origin of the leaks? It would have to be someone who was familiar with, or probably even part of, the investigation.
Yeah, so I can confirm that we have referred that to the appropriate agencies for investigation.
What's the appropriate agency in this instance? I don't know.
There are a number of available options, and that there has been a number of referrals. I won't confirm which agencies due to sort of restrictions around that, but I can also confirm that following the first leak, the Joint Management Committee agencies, so the 4 agencies of the JCTT, also agreed to refer the leak to their own professional standards integrity areas within their relevant agencies as well.
Okay. I have some more questions about Mr. Acker, which I'll persist with, and we'll see how we go, see what you can answer. But in particular, I'm interested in the confidence that the AFP had that there was no element of anti-Semitic motivation in his conduct or alleged conduct. How did you form that view, and do you still stand by that assessment that there was no element of anti-Semitism in his motivation?
So again, I'll take you back to the start of my statement that I'm only willing to make comments that I've already publicly made. I was asked a generic question in the media conference around that, so not specific to the name you're referring to. And what I would say is we had ongoing assessment of our target, our suspect, throughout the investigation and continuing, and that allows us to say with confidence what his motivation was.
Because you would be aware there has been media reporting on the 15th of March in the Weekend Australian going through his social media accounts and finding what is characterised by The Australian as vile anti-Semitic slurs for years, including praise for Hitler, questioned the existence of the Holocaust, said Zionists were the root of terrorism, and claimed that 9/11 was an inside job to start a Muslim massacre process. Now, I'm not suggesting this person is not also an organised criminal and might not have also been motivated by a negotiation for reducing his criminal sentences. But given those public statements allegedly made by this person, how can you rule out an element of his motivation also being anti-Semitism?
So I'll probably take you back to the language I used earlier to say that anti-Semitism was definitely used and deployed as part of the methods, and we know what we know is that that was taking advantage of the very febrile social cohesion environment in this country at the moment. So I guess if you were thinking that you're an organised crime criminal, and you want something really powerful to leverage with law enforcement in order to get what is a pretty significant ask in terms of what he was asking for, using the current environment and the anti-Semitism issues in this country gave him the biggest, or it's the quickest way at the moment to get law enforcement and political attention. I can't go into the details of how and why any further than I already have, other than to say, as I said, we were assessing very closely his motives. I can't tell you how we were doing that, but with confidence can say that that was the motivation.
Yeah, and I certainly understand the logic of the AFP's view that this was primarily about negotiating a lighter sentence. You would have good reason to make an assessment like that. I don't question it. But my impression when I heard you and the New South Wales Police at that press conference, when you said this wasn't prejudice motivated, it wasn't about anti-Semitism, it was weaponisation or opportunistic taking advantage of anti-Semitism, that the people or person involved were not anti-Semites and had not expressed extensive anti-Semitism on the public record. But it seems to me this person has, and so I'm interested in how you can have such a high level of confidence that, as well as being an organised criminal seeking to negotiate a lighter sentence, he wasn't also an anti-Semite, completely indifferent to the damage that or maybe even willful about the damage he was doing to the Jewish community.
Yeah, so again, I take you back to the language I've already used. We did say at the media conference that this was using anti-Semitism to elicit a desired response from law enforcement. But I take you back to we're confident in terms of what his motive was. Yes, as I've already agreed, it's taking advantage of and using anti-Semitism, but we are confident of the motive, and I can't go into why we are as confident as we are, but we are.
I understand that. Okay. So this incident, the caravan was discovered on the 19th of January. Commissioner, 2 days later on the 21st, you issued your public statement, which didn't mention the caravan, but did talk about whether paid actors were carrying out anti-Semitic attacks using funding from overseas, and you speculated about possible foreign actors. Was that statement a reference to this investigation?
Are you talking about my Senator?
Your 21 January statement.
January, on anti-Semitism?
I think there was a statement on the 21st, a public statement about foreign actors being potentially behind some of these attacks.
Yeah, I mean, I made it known in that statement that we were looking at, we're going to leave no stone unturned, and that's why we were looking at the overseas component, given the fact that we'd identified, organised crime, an organised crime element, and through some really clever intelligence that we were able to access and then understand at a deeper level that perhaps these are not just randomly created incidents, but we're also able to understand from our overseas partners, and this is why the AFP's international network is so important to our country, and it is a bit of the jewel in the crown for us. We were able to go offshore to some of our partners who were able to give us some intelligence dating back pre-October 7, well and truly, and paint a picture of previous efforts by organised crime to undertake these kinds of activities. So for us, we weren't ruling out, anything, and we were also trying to, this is probably more police talk, but get in behind what was really happening and really try and understand at a deeper level why is this happening and who is actually behind it and how is it being coordinated. It's a strategy that we're relentless when it comes to seeking the truth and stopping what I would call human suffering. Everyone has suffered throughout this period. And, our officers were very tenacious, and we've taken quite a number of calculated risks, even with some of the countries we're travelling in right now.
Okay.
Senator Patterson, I have to share the courses.
Thank you. Can I just clarify this point? Because I just for the...
We will come back to it.
I understand, yeah. But what I'm trying to understand, Commissioner, was whether or not the 21 January statement was connected to the 19 January discovery, or was it completely independent and unrelated to that?
I think it was all of it's related, the whole picture.
Right. Okay.
And that's not just Sydney-based, it's the whole country we were looking at.
Right, okay.
Thanks, Senator Patterson. Senator Shoebridge will come to you, and then I'll come to you next, David.
Thanks, Commissioner, for putting some context around these events. So the incident was notified to, we'll stay on the caravan incident, the sequelae. It was notified to police on the 19th of January, is what we understand. And then it was some 10 days later when there was the disclosure in the Daily Telegraph on the 29th of January. Is that the first of the leaks that you referenced? Or Ms.
The 29th of January was the first public disclosure.
Yeah,
correct?
and when there was a reference to leaks, I mean, that's what you're talking about. That,
yes.
Yep. And when you speak of leaks plural, are the further leaks that you're discussing, the referencing the information about the naming the individual and the circumstances in which he left Australia? Are they the further leaks you're referencing?
Oh, look, I wouldn't want to go into this, Senator. It's not really helpful for where we've referred these matters, if that makes sense. I want to be helpful.
Well,
I want to be able to answer some of your questions, but this, again, goes back to what I was explaining to Senator Patterson, that we just don't want to disturb that environment because, they're listening, they'll be following. Some of our targets are probably watching this now.
Well, if they've already read about it in the Daily Telegraph, that's not going to cause them any more disruption hearing about it here. And I think when you reference multiple leaks in relation to a nationally significant criminal investigation undertaken by the AFP and the New South Wales Police and others, I think if you've referenced multiple leaks, I think the public should have some understanding about what you're talking about. So we have the 29 January publication. Are you then also talking about I think there were two further stories published in the Daily Telegraph about Sayed Erhan Akkar and the circumstances in which he left the country? Are they the other leaks that you're referencing?
Yes, that is other information that was disclosed publicly.
And are there any other, when you made that statement, did you have in mind any other material that came into the public domain?
Look, like the Commissioner said, I wouldn't want to give a blow-by-blow analysis and description of that, given where these matters have now been referred to.
And Ms Barrett, you indicated that that information coming out in the way it did meant that it had an impact on the AFP's investigations, and I might just draw your mind to the 29 January disclosure. Did that had a material impact in the on the investigation?
Yes, I've confirmed that, but I'll just clarify, it's not an AFP investigation, it's a joint counter-terrorism team investigation.
Yeah, indeed. And an adverse material impact is your evidence?
Yes, so as I said earlier, it was being managed as a covert investigation until that point.
And the manner in which that was reported on the 29th of January, indicating it was a terror plot, an anti-Semitic terror plot, potential mass casualty event. At that time, the AFP was aware of, having done an investigation of the crime scene, was aware of a large amount of additional context in relation to that. I think that would be fair to say, Commissioner.
Again, I'll just clarify the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team was, so
Yes,
4
but
agencies
I'm
including...
not asking you to answer on behalf of them. You're here to answer on behalf of the AFP. But as the AFP, you're aware of a large amount of additional material that put a quite significantly altered context on those set of circumstances. Correct. Yep. And you've now provided significant further information, I think on the 10th of March, that identifies, I think some of the wording was used, it was a fabricated plot, and you've set out the circumstances in your 10th of March disclosure about the events. Is that right?
Yes, that's on the public record.
I fully accept the difficulties police have in circumstances where you have an ongoing investigation and you don't want to prejudice the ongoing investigation. But the difficulty from a parliamentary point of view and the public's point of view is that between the 29th of January and the 10th of March, there was a vast amount of activity predicated on the story that was told by the Daily Telegraph on the 29th of January, which was it was a mass casualty risk, it was an anti-Semitic terror event, and we know that the harm that's caused to the Jewish community, that harm that's caused to the broader society, there was a large amount of public activity, parliamentary activity, legislative activity that all happened on the basis of as it turns out, an incredibly inaccurate one-sided report that was published on the 29th of January. Did you recognise that happened?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify, though, the AFP has not and did not use the language that you're referring to?
Well, but by all means, describe however you want to describe the nature of the incident, a fabricated plot.
I'm talking about the mass casualty. We've never described it as a mass casualty event.
Well, absolutely. That was the description in the Daily Telegraph report of the 29th of January.
Yep.
You've never adopted that wording. And indeed, the New South Wales Police did not adopt that wording. Well, if the New South Wales Police adopted that wording, please correct me. But you see, that was the reporting from the Daily Telegraph. And then the following day we had the Prime Minister describe the incident, and I've got the transcript here from his interview with KISS FM. He says, this is a horrific incident. Quite clearly this is aimed at terror, aimed at causing harm, but also aimed at spreading fear in the community. You must have been in a very difficult situation then, because you had a bunch of information about it that suggested actually, well, it wasn't aimed at terror. It definitely was aimed at spreading fear in the community and anxiety in the community as one of its subplots. But it wasn't aimed at terror on the information you had to hand. How did you go about assessing what to disclose in those circumstances? And I'll come into what then followed in the weeks that followed.
My colleagues might correct me, Senator, but because it's a joint counter-terrorism team, there are agreed protocols, and there's a thing called, there's heaps of acronyms that we use in policing all the time. There's a JMC process, which is agreed national protocol, where it's called a Joint Management Committee. They are the ones that make it give whether you're a senior officer or you're not part of the investigation, clearance, for example, to talk about an investigation. And as a police officer, you never traverse that process. And so what the Joint Counter-Terrorism team were doing was working diligently through that process, given the fact that there was so much information, that was out there, and also understanding, how do you go down all those avenues of inquiry as quickly as you can to establish what's really happened and what's really going on. So we did not want to disturb that investigation.
I get that, but you see, you've got the Prime Minister saying, and I'm not saying he said it with any malicious intent, I'm assuming that it was said in good faith. On the 30th of January, this, and I'll quote, was quite clearly this is aimed at terror. Now, at that time, you knew that wasn't the case because you'd seen and witnessed the crime scene and your expert investigators had formed a view about that. What do you do in circumstances where you can see the Prime Minister, and I want to be clear, I think in good faith, making those kinds of statements that you know are not right based on your investigations? How did you respond to that? I suppose that's why. No, Commissioner, just let me finish. That is why people are asking. That's why people are asking, and I think it would greatly assist the public's understanding if we could know when the Prime Minister was briefed and what responses you took, given what happened.
I don't agree with that assessment, and I think we've got to go back to the claim that's been made.
The public interest immunity claim?
Yes.
Well, you see, not only did the Prime Minister act on that misapprehension, we then had the federal parliament amending legislation about hate crimes to put in place mandatory sentencing based upon that misapprehension. We had the New South Wales State Parliament passing anti-protest laws based on that misapprehension. And all the time the AFP knew that it was a misapprehension, and you didn't correct the public record.
I don't think, Senator Shoebridge, you can speak on behalf of the entire Parliament or the way that they were thinking about a certain piece of legislation.
Well, that was repeatedly referenced in the debates for each of those.
I don't think that you can speak on behalf of the Parliament. You do this quite often in estimates, and particularly when the AFP is appearing for you, that you make statements that are not correct or reflecting of the facts. What I'm asking you to do is, please, this is not a debate between you and the AFP. It's an opportunity for you to ask them questions about things that they are able to answer, and you should do that now. But it's not an opportunity for you to make long-winded statements before you put a question to them.
These are complex matters, Chair.
Of course they are, but they are also...
And I need to be able to put a complex proposition.
The more complex these matters are, the more factual your statements before your questions should be.
Well, I'll rephrase it. When the Commonwealth Parliament passed legislation to include mandatory sentencing, multiple MPs and senators referenced the caravan incident as a terror incident motivated by anti-Semitism in passing that legislation. When the New South Wales State Parliament passed legislation in that same period limiting the rights of protest, they referenced the caravan incident as a terrorist incident with an anti-Semitic motivation. You knew, the AFP knew, while that was happening, that it wasn't a terrorist incident and it wasn't motivated by anti-Semitism, and you didn't correct the public record. I'm asking how you came to that conclusion.
Yeah, I'll restate what I've already said earlier. It's a joint. These are joint investigations. So there's 4 agencies in the Joint Management Committee, and I think I referred earlier to the fact that it was discussed a number of times in those committee meetings as to when and how early the information could be publicly made. But however, I again restate that we have to treat these matters at their highest level. We were still getting ongoing information coming in to the Joint Management Committee, to the JCTT, as we were ongoing. So I would think that the expectation of those agencies, including the AFP, is that we treat that at its highest level in an abundance of caution when we're talking about such serious matters.
Commissioner, did you turn your mind to those competing public interests? What was happening in parliaments legal changes based upon misapprehension by some, if not all, members of Parliament, as against the impact on the investigation. Did you turn your mind to that?
Of course, but I would say this to you, Senator, that you've got to remember that if any police officer who had access to that information was to then step out of bounds from the Joint Management Committee, and that includes a commissioner, it doesn't matter what rank you are, and you need to understand this, Senator, because this is why we do what we do, is that process, if you run the risk of attempting to pervert the course of justice if you step out of line, and that includes making certain public statements. So what I would say to you is you have to respect that process. It's tried and tested in this country for 25 years and it works. And so for me, it was about respecting those investigators that have access to more information than myself and understanding that they were doing their job and they did not want to be hindered or told that, oh, you need to go and make a public statement. That was not part of any kind of strategy. And if it was, they would be saying, Commissioner, we need to go public, or commissioners it would be, because it was a joint job. And we have to agree then on the way forward. It's not as simple as how you're characterising this particular investigation.
Commissioner, I'm not suggesting that this is a simple task. I actually think it's a very difficult balancing of public interest considerations. You have a high-profile criminal investigation in relation to an incredibly serious incident, as against a whole series of actions being taken in state and federal parliament predicated on a misapprehension in whole or in part. I'm not suggesting that's simple. I'm asking whether you undertook that consideration.
I think all of us did. It weighed heavy on all of us. If you ask, have we slept much lately? No. The answer is simple. Most of the deputies' team have been working 7 days a week on this particular job. Our front end is pretty worn out at the moment on this particular job and others. So it's a really complex environment that we're operating in.
Can I then come back to the question that I think would give the public some far better understanding about how and why certain decisions were made? If you couldn't make a public statement, what everybody's then asking, and I think have a very reasonable basis to ask it, is did you give a confidential briefing to the Attorney-General and the Prime Minister so that they, two of the most senior players in the space, knew what was happening and could direct government and executive government and take their legislative roles forward, knowing the proper context? That's why people keep asking.
Yeah. I'd like to help you, Senator, but that claim, I'm not able to because of the PII claim.
I have to share the call if we've got one more question, Senator Shoebridge. We will come back to you. We've got plenty of time.
Well, that might be a convenient time to pass on.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner and Deputy Commissioners and team. Thank you for coming on. As always, it's appreciated and we appreciate the work you do, and your opening comments were, I think, resonated with all of us, so much appreciated. Commissioner, can I just start with asking you about governance structures within the AFP?
Sure.
Could you describe what you view as the governance structures around that hold the AFP accountable?
Well, by virtue of the AFP Act, governs our constitution and what we're set out to do, and then the processes and procedures we have with making arrests and a whole range of things that, I think our legislation is about 10 stacks high. That's really part of our governance framework. Of course, our democracy is the other part, and being answerable to this Senate and accountable to the public. There's probably, I could talk all day about that, but we do have the Chief Operating Officer here who might want to talk about the governance structures of police and in particular the AFP.
Thank you, Senator. Chief Operating Officer Catherine Van Gerp. Can I just clarify your question? Are you talking about our committee structures, our board structures internally, our commissioners' orders, our national guidelines? What part of governance? Because we have a myriad.
I guess I'm looking at it. All companies have a board of directors, and the executive management and operation of the company is held accountable to that governance structure.
Yep. So our peak internal governance board is our Strategy and Performance Board. That's chaired by our Commissioner. Membership comprises myself and the Deputy Commissioners and a number of advisors at the National Manager Band 2 level on that committee as well. We have an independent audit and risk committee with 3 members that are independent of the AFP. The senior executive attend as advisors on that committee, so that oversights all our audit and risk governance and decisions and monitoring of our recommendations in that space. Underneath our Strategy and Performance Board, we have a range of specific boards. So we have our Enterprise Operations Board that I chair. That's where we focus on budget, resourcing and whatnot, the ICT corporate side. And then we have our operational.
All of them, but I do.
There's a lot of governance we have.
The one that you referred to, I think it was Strategy and
Performance Board.
Performance Board. Does that publish reports?
No, we don't publish reports. It's an internal board that considers confidential classified documents. We do, in our annual report, detail the membership of that board and the types of matters that board oversees. But no, we don't publish minutes of those meetings because they're classified.
Are they reported to the department, to the secretary, or to the minister, the Attorney General?
No, minutes of those meetings are not provided to those. But again, through our annual report, we obviously outline the membership of those committees and the nature of matters that committee oversights.
So there's no external review of governance and accountability and risk management?
No, as I highlighted before, our Audit and Risk Committee is made up entirely of external members. We don't have any internal members on that. We sit on there as advisors only, and that's where we oversight all our audit and risk components of the AFP, all the highest risk matters, our enterprise risks, and that's entirely independent.
I think also, Senator, we have lots of other agencies that inspect our records. The Ombudsman has wide-reaching powers. There's an Inspector General on Intelligence has wide-reaching powers into the AFP. We have the Human Rights Commission embedded into the AFP around our culture and our recruiting methods and other things. You've got external bodies that we have to report to. So there's a lot of scrutiny and accountability within that framework.
And I appreciate that, and that's wonderful. It's more trying to test where there is any public accountability other
Senator,
than through this.
Just to perhaps remind you or help you out, we do have, we're actually one of the most oversight agencies in the Commonwealth because we have both the law enforcement and the intelligence component. So just in terms of parliamentary committees, we're oversighted by the PGCLE as well as the PGCIS. Regularly attend those committees for various different briefings. As the Commissioner highlighted, we've also got the Ombudsman and various other mechanisms, as well as the court because of the criminal nature of the business that we're in. So I'd say we're one of the most oversighted externally agencies there are.
Thank you, Ms.
Senate estimates.
Commissioner, I'm not sure where to direct these questions. I'll direct them to you in the first instance. I'm trying to get an understanding, if there's so much risk management going on, trying to get a sense of your risk management, particularly around where, and you raised it in your opening statement, I believe, you talked about direct and indirect threats. You said there were direct and indirect threats to parliamentarians and high office holders. Can you define or give us some information about how does the AFP, what is your view of a threat?
Sorry, what was that last bit?
What is, I should lean forward more or pull my chair in. How does the AFP define a threat?
It depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about internal threat, external threats, two different things: domestic threats, international threats, country of origin threats. crime-type threats like cybercrime. There are multiple meanings for us. So we have, you have to first of all identify those issues first.
As I said, I was referring to how you were referring to threats in your opening statement. So I assume that's criminal
to parliamentarians?
Threat?
Well, we collect intelligence and we gather that information and then work out is this threat credible? And we work out whether or not what actions or no actions are appropriate for that particular threat.
And for those sorts of instances, are you able to, a question on notice, provide some definitions or something that we could work with to understand how you look at threats?
Yeah, just understanding that there is a wide range of slightly different meanings in the criminal world and then in the other side of the business that we have. But yes, happy to.
And what's the difference between a direct a direct or indirect threat, or a direct and an implied threat?
Yeah, I'll take all that on notice because I could probably speak about some of those where not everyone...
We've got a couple of hours. So.
Yeah, I know, but not everyone would appreciate, I guess, the different kinds of threats we have and how we treat those. So, I'd want to probably take that on notice.
So you can't just give a simple split between direct and implied threat?
Well, you can have a threat made through a third party, for example. You can have someone that takes a threat that we don't see as a threat, but perhaps they see it as a threat, for example. So in some instances that could be implied, for example. It's sometimes how a person feels, if it's individuals. If it's our organisation, then you're talking different kind of threats.
Sure.
If you're talking state actors' threats, well, that's different again. So there's just lots of, it's a wide, broad definition of then what treatments we have to look at.
Sure, but I'm just asking you to simply separate out direct and implied or indirect threat.
I'll come back to you with our official definition. I haven't got it in front of me.
Okay, that would be terrific. You mentioned, let's go to how you understand or get to know what a threat is. You just mentioned intelligence. Is that the only way you come to understand a threat?
No, that's just one way.
What are some of the others?
There's other methods. Do you want to talk about threats? I mean...
Well, again, it depends what type of threat we're talking about, which crime type we're talking about. So it's difficult to provide you with a specific answer to quite a general question.
No.
Senator, could I perhaps assist Lisa Gale, Deputy Commissioner?
Thank you, Ms Gale.
Senator, I would offer that the Protective Security Policy Framework outlines detail on threats and how they're assessed. What we would say is how the AFP, our documentation outlining the definition of threats is classified. And the AFP is not able to go into it in a public forum, but I do note that its definition is focused on information indicating an intent to do physical harm, and it is aligned to the Protective Security Policy Framework.
Wonderful. Do you offer parliamentarians secure briefings on those sorts of materials?
We can do that, yes.
That would be wonderful. Appreciate that. Does a threat, understanding I haven't seen that framework and that might answer it, but just does a threat have to be, when you talk about threats in materials I read of yours, you're talking about direct and implied, that means they're known, or there's a piece of evidence that gives it weight or some greater concern, or it becomes a greater threat. Is that how you view them?
Senator, as I indicated before, I really am not able to go into that in a public forum in terms of any of that detail.
Wonderful. I look forward to that briefing. I may come back with more, but I'll hand over there, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. We can come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kershaw, I just want to return to that where I left off before with this question of your statement on 21 January about possible foreign actors. Now that police have a suspect in relation to the Dural caravan incident and have made arrests in relation to other related incidents, there appears to be a network. Is that the only possible foreign actor you are still investigating, or are there other possible foreign actors with other incidents that you're investigating?
I sort of would rather not go into detail, but broadly, we are working with international partners.
Yep. So are you able, on the basis of your understanding of these incidents, to rule out a foreign government or a transnational terrorist organisation being among the foreign actors involved in any other anti-Semitic attacks?
I mean, what I would say is we will go down every avenue of inquiry.
I don't doubt that, but significant anxiety has arisen about the possibility that this is a foreign government or a transnational terrorist organisation, and in this instance it doesn't appear to be either, based on the facts as we understand them at the moment. So if there were other leads that you were following that were connected to foreign governments or transnational terrorist organisations, that would be good to know. But if you're able to rule it out, that would be an enormous relief to the community as well.
I think we have to be really careful because of the claim. I think I'm going to be, I don't want to traverse the PII claim.
Yeah, I'm not interested in asking you to do that.
I'm trying to help out, but I just don't want to go down that way.
Right. So, unfortunately, that means for the community, particularly the Jewish community, but not only the Jewish community, that this remains kind of hanging in the air, this possibility, and it can't be dismissed.
Well, I think we've been engaging with the community about reassurance and the fact that we've got this. That's a really strong message. I don't know if you wanted to add to that, Deputy.
Yeah, look, and I might pass to Assistant Commissioner Stephen Nutt. He's been having extensive and ongoing engagement across the Jewish community and has been providing them with a fair amount of detail in relation to some of our investigations.
Senator, yes, Stephen Nutt, the Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism and Special Investigations. As Deputy Commissioner has already mentioned, we've had a very deliberate engagement with the Jewish community and other communities who have been impacted as a result of the scale of anti-Semitism that we have seen in Australia, and also in relation to recent events. And we're very mindful around providing where we see involvement of organised crime versus state actor elements. Our observations, as we've described thus far, is that it's around organised crime elements. And that's as far as I'll go.
Great. So, I mean, I'm interpreting from that you're not currently investigating state actors.
In terms of what we're talking about in the anti-Semitic aspects, we are not concerned about the involvement in state actors based on what we've seen. But as the Commissioner rightly mentioned, is that it's always an open question.
Sure.
And we'll continue to do our due diligence.
Sure, and I promise you, if some new lead emerges or some new facts emerge that does subsequently say that there was a foreign actor, I won't hold you to account for not knowing that in advance. I'm just asking on your current state of knowledge, given the anxiety, and I recognise the engagement that you've been doing in the community, and I've heard about it, and I know it is appreciated, particularly at that communal organisational level, but this is a much broader community who are watching this very anxiously and closely. So that's comforting. Can you say the same about international terror organisations?
I can say the same about international terrorist organisations based on our current understanding.
That's very welcome, and as I said, I won't hold you to that if the facts change or new evidence emerges. That would be not reasonable. I want to move now to some other matters in relation to the CFMEU investigation. I note that some questions on notice came back just before you were due to appear, and I haven't had the opportunity to study them in detail. So if I traverse ground that's been addressed by the Quans, forgive me in advance. I doubt it was the AFP, but for the Minister's Office's reference in future, the earlier we get them, the less time we'll waste in repeating those questions. I'm particularly interested in Operation Rye. What can you tell me about the size of the Operation Rye team?
Thank you, Senator. Deputy Commissioner Ian McCartney, Deputy Commissioner of Crime.
RAI has been established since the 18th of July 2024 on the back of concerns and information that's been provided to the AFP in relation to the CFMEU. Operation RAI is a standalone operation in terms of the AFP, but it's an operation or a construct that liaises very closely with a number of bodies, including the administrator of the CFMEU, but particularly the State and Territory Police. And we use it as a triage construct in terms of referrals of information, in terms of who's best placed to address that information. So it's a coordination team that's established within the AFP. It's a small team, but once we identify matters that are relevant for criminal investigation, we'll refer those matters into a criminal investigation team in the AFP.
So you say a small team. Can you be more precise than that? How many officers are on the team?
I'll get back to you before the end of the hearing, Senator.
Okay. Are we talking 2 or 3?
No, I think we're talking probably less than 10. But again, they don't do the investigation, Senator. What's important? It's a coordination construct in terms of assessing and triaging information.
Okay, I appreciate that. If you could come back to me before the end of the hearing. How many people have been charged as a result of Operation RAI?
Senator, there's been no charges, but we've been on the public record, and I think this is included in the question on notice. There's 2 criminal investigation matters that are ongoing.
Can you tell us about those 2 matters?
In general terms, noting, of course, that there are ongoing investigations, but both relate to payment of corrupt payments to CFMEU officers.
So this is I know you don't use the word raid, I'm not sure what the official terminology is, but in common parlance, it was a raid in Melbourne in relation to a residential address and an accounting firm, I believe.
I think our common parlance is search warrants, Senator.
Okay, very good. I'll try and stick to that. So you've executed search warrants in relation to a Melbourne residence and I think a Melbourne business address, is it?
Correct.
And that is in relation to receipt of potentially corrupt funds?
That's in relation to one of the investigations.
Yep. How many people of interest are there in that investigation?
Oh, listen, it's an ongoing investigation, Senator. There's a range of individuals, but I've got to be careful in terms of what I say in terms of ventilating these issues. So I'll just say it's a range of individuals.
Sure. Minister Watt, I appreciate it's not your minister, but the Industrial Relations Minister has said that he's referred a number of matters to you. What can you tell me about those referrals?
There's no, in terms of we've received correspondence from Senator Watt. This raised general concerns in relation to some of the media reporting. There's no specific matters that have been referred, and we've acknowledged that there are ongoing matters under the construct of Operation RAI to criminal investigations.
Right. I had understood that referrals are made. I think that's the exact language the Minister used. He's referred matters to the AFP.
He's referred information that's been publicly reported. Right. Some of that information is already under criminal investigation.
Right. So the Minister wrote you a letter saying 60 Minutes and The Age have aired these allegations. I'm concerned about them. Or words to that effect?
In general terms, Senator.
Right. Are you able to provide that correspondence?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. So to be clear, no referral of any evidence that was not already in the public domain has occurred by the government?
I'll come back to you before the end of the hearing, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be grateful for that. You said before that some of the matters that were aired in the media were already subject to investigation. You're already investigating those matters?
Correct.
Was there fresh material in the reporting that you were not already aware of?
Some.
Yeah. Some of the most kind of distressing to watch for viewers was the violence against women that was depicted on the work site. Does that fall within the AFP's jurisdiction, or is that a Victoria Police matter?
Yeah, I think as I've said, it goes back to the construct of Operation RAI, where matters that have attracted state offences in terms of the jurisdiction, those matters would be triaged and referred to the State Police.
So has that happened in this instance, to your knowledge?
I'll take that one on notice, Senator. It's a matter of completeness.
Are there any other instances like that have been brought to the AFP's attention by any other means?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator?
Are there any other instances like those ones that we saw aired on 60 Minutes where an alleged member of an outlaw motorcycle gang assaulted, allegedly, someone on a building site? Are there any other matters like that have been brought to the AFP's attention? Are you aware of other incidents or allegations like that?
There's some other allegations, Senator.
That are of similar nature?
Yes.
Right. So these acts of violence on building sites, including towards women, is something that's widespread, commonplace?
Listen, I'd have to take that on notice as a matter of completeness, but there has been some other matters, Senator, I'd agree.
What other areas of inquiry are Operation Rye investigating other than those potential corrupt payments?
Sorry, Senator,
What other areas, what other avenues of inquiry are there for Operation Rye other than the ones you've already told me about, the corrupt payments issue?
Well, it's in terms of Operation Rye, as I noted, it's in terms of the construct, it's a triage centre where we receive information, but we also engage with state and territory partners. We engage with the minister. There's regular contact with the administrator in relation to the CFMEU, where we engage with the administrator in terms of support we may provide. And again, I think it's important in terms of the relatively small numbers within Operation Rye. Once those investigations are taken on, we can refer them to criminal investigations teams. And again, once those investigations are taken on, we can apply the capability that AFP has in supporting those investigations.
Can you say how many referrals Operation Rye has made to the criminal investigation?
I'll take that one on notice, Senator.
Okay. And can you say how many referrals the administrator has made to Operation Rye?
There's been a range of information provided.
Is referral not the right terminology?
Well, I think what I can say, there's been 27 disclosures of matters that have been referred, but in terms of distilling them in terms of whether they've come from the state police or whether they've come from the administrator, I'll take that on notice.
Right. So they're distinct matters, those 27?
Correct.
Right. Can you say if that relates to 27 different individuals?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. All right. I do have other questions, Chair, but if you do need to rotate the call, I would understand.
I do. Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Shoebridge, we'll come back to you, and then Senator Roberts, you're
All right.
on the list next. And I think Senator Polley has questions, as she always does.
Thanks very much, Chair. Commissioner, you may or may not be in a position to answer this, but one of the concerns that's been raised in relation to the caravan incident is the circumstances in which it's alleged Mr Atka, AKCA for the record, left the country in breach of bail conditions. And it's been suggested that the AFP was notified of his non-attendance in accordance with bail conditions. Can you shed any light on if the AFP was notified and what, if any, acts were taken?
Yeah, I think
Senator, I can take that question. I can provide some information on the record which may assist the question you've asked in terms of general terms. So between 2018 and 2021, June of that year, the AFP conducted Operation Ironside, which I think you're well aware of, and so is this committee. There was a number of significant arrests that occurred on resolution of that operation, and there were a number of subsequent follow-up investigations analysing the anon messages, the data we'd obtained during that operation. In one of those subsequent follow-up investigations, a sitting person was charged by a court attendance notice and charged with a money laundering offence in February of 2022. At the first court hearing in March of 2022, DPP, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, was granted strict bail conditions in relation to that individual. On the 6th of September 2022, after further analysis of anon messages in consultation with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, a further charge was laid. And Senator, this was a conspiracy to import a border control drug charge. On the 11th of September 2023, DPP, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, applied for and was granted an interim warrant to compel the person to appear for the next scheduled hearing on the 28th of September because they'd stopped reporting on bail. On the 28th of September 2023, he failed to appear in New South Wales District Court and was listed as a listed matter, and an arrest warrant was issued by the court. This remains a priority investigation, a TSOC investigation in relation to apprehending him and bringing him back to justice, Senator.
When was the AFP, if they were notified, when were they notified about the failure to attend and the issuing of the bench warrant?
Sorry, when were they?
Notified about the failure to attend. I think it was a failure to attend on the 28th of September 2023. When was the AFP notified about that? And if you were, what actions were taken?
There was a failure to attend in relation to those strict bail conditions for the individual. He failed to attend in terms of those strict bail conditions and attending a police station, and we were later notified.
You were later notified? I mean, you have somebody who has, it would appear on the face of it, on the face of the charges, international organised crime links. Obviously, one of the concerns is there a flight risk at that point. Were actions taken by the AFP to address that flight risk?
Actions were taken, Senator.
Can you identify what they were?
Well, I think, as I've noted, it's an ongoing investigation, Senator, in terms of potentially prejudicing this matter before it gets to court. I'm not going to ventilate those issues.
All right. Can you identify when you were, I assume you would have been notified by New South Wales Police, who were responsible for the prosecution, is that right?
They're responsible for his reporting on bail to New South Wales Police
All right.
Station.
Can you identify when the AFP was notified by New South Wales Police about the failure to attend?
Again, I'm not going to ventilate those issues before this committee, Senator.
There has been reporting that this individual likely left the country by boat without exiting a formal entry or exit point from Australia through Northern Australia. Can you shed any light on that?
To assist you and assist the committee, I can state in general terms that occurred, Senator.
I'm assuming that in circumstances where you have individuals from global international criminal networks, that's not an unforeseen method of trying to exit the country. Was the AFP's response mindful of that?
It was. I've reviewed our response in relation to this matter. I stand by the team that conducted the investigation and the thoroughness in which they conducted that investigation. But again, I'm not going to go into detail before this committee, Senator.
Given we have quite limited time, I will move on to one other matter. There was a report. There's been a number of public reports. Most recently, yesterday, I think in the Nightly, about the response by the AFP to threats to undercover agents. Are you aware of the most recent article? I have copies if that assists.
Yeah, I had a quick look at it.
Yes. Can you shed any light on the AFP's response to those concerns that these undercover agents have had their cover blown and organised criminals likely know either their identity or sufficient information to place them at risk and harm?
Yeah, I think to assist you, Senator, that as you know, we have a number of programs to look after our undercover operatives, including our SHIELD, which is obviously our psychologists and so on, and Project Bulwark, which is managed by separate commands. So we have two different commands that looks after the security and welfare, well-being and the operational deployment of our undercovers, and that includes our security command. It assesses direct and implied threats to any AFP member. And then we have our Human Operations Command, which assesses and controls risks associated with UCP operations. We take that seriously.
Well, has there been a fresh assessment by Bulwark of the threat to these undercover officers, given the most recent disclosure about the approach by an organised crime associate who has indicated they know critical details about
I would say, thanks, Senator. I would say that that information could be characterised as misinformation. We're not going to provide a running commentary on the safety and security of our individual members, because we don't want to compromise that safety and security of these officers and the AFP officers. But what I can say to you is we take everything very seriously. We'd rather that not be reported publicly, that particular article, but now we're having to deal with that, and we are.
All right. As I understand, there is a professional standards investigation in relation to the bulwark assessment of these undercover operatives that has now been going for some 940 or more days. Has that investigation been given the resources that they have requested to complete that investigation?
Yes, Senator, these are complex matters.
Have they requested additional resources to you to complete the investigation, and if so, have you provided them?
I think it's an ongoing matter, given the fact that there's been a vast amount of information that we're having to go through. Not everyone necessarily agrees with some outcomes. You're probably being, I don't know who's briefing you or who's giving you that information, Senator, but we'd appreciate if you've got any information specific to those particular matters, we'd appreciate that information.
Well, I'll tell you what I understand. I understand that members of the Professional Standards Investigation have requested additional resources of you because of the complexity of it, and you, Commissioner, have determined not to give those resources. Well, is that right?
That's not true. And there's matters
clarify for the record?
There's matters that you're only getting one side of the story.
Well, please fill it all in.
I mean, I'd like to try and help you as much as I can, but there are other matters that are afoot, and these are legal matters, and we have to be very cognizant of those particular matters. So it's not the fact that there's no activity, there is, and that will be communicated at the appropriate time.
Well, I've asked you quite clearly, have you provided the resources requested from Professional Standards to complete this investigation? And I'd like an answer.
The resources are there.
Have you provided the resources requested?
The resources are there, Senator. This is not an easy matter given the legal complexities that we're dealing with.
Have you provided the resources requested?
Chair, Senator Shoebridge has just asked the same question
because the Commissioner's not answering that.
I'm answering the question. I've answered the question, Senator.
On how many occasions have resources been requested and you haven't provided them?
I don't even know what that means.
Well, on how many occasions has the Professional Standards team undertaking the investigation requested additional resources?
To get a member of our
requested additional resources.
To explain that to me.
Resources of you and you haven't provided them.
Senator,
has that occurred?
I would say that you're incorrect. Your information is incorrect.
Okay.
If they need more resources, they go to the relevant command, Assistant Commissioner, and then the Deputy Commissioner to ask for those resources.
Well, who is the Assistant Commissioner? Who's the Deputy Commissioner?
I am the Deputy
Have they requested additional resources of you, Deputy Commissioner?
Senator, the Commissioner's answered the question. He answered that they've got the resources they need. And I just say this helps nobody by airing these issues in public for multiple reasons.
Well, Commissioner said that if I have to get an answer, I should ask the Deputy Commissioner responsible about whether additional resources has been requested. You're the Deputy Commissioner responsible. Have additional resources been requested, and if so, have they been provided?
I'll restate the Commissioner's answer that they have the resources that they require and that this is a very complex ongoing investigation.
Just 2 more minutes, Senator Shoebridge.
Right. Could I ask about this? A question, I have a series of questions in relation to the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. Who is the appropriate person for that?
I am, Senator.
In the 2023-24 year, there was, I think, a 45% increase on reports to the centre from the previous year, and I think it got to some 58,500 reports on the information that's available in the public record. Do you have any information about the level of reporting in this financial year?
It's going up, Senator. It's, I think, it's a volume crime, unfortunately, which creates, significant issues in terms of the amount of data that is coming in, the amount of data that we have to analyse. But again, it goes to the issue of prioritisation. We have strict prioritisation models in the AFP, very much focused on harm and threat to children. So a lot of work has been done in relation in that space in terms of data analytical tools to analyse that data. But unfortunately, this seems to be a growing crime.
So I've got a limited time, but a number of issues that
Sure.
I'd like to explore. One is, can you provide any data about what's happening up to this year other than I note you say it's a significant increase, and also what is going to be the structural response to it? Is it an investment in disruption, detection? Is it an additional investment in investigation? What is going to be the response as we keep getting these significant increases?
So, Senator, I'll take that question on notice in terms of the actual figures this year. What it requires is a systems approach, and law enforcement is only one component of that approach. Yes. Education, prevention, the involvement of parents, our international partners, our investment and the investment the Commission has taken in terms of innovation and capability and ICT data analytical tools to analyse this material. It's very much a systems approach.
And Senator, if I could just assist, I've been on the record about this, about the tech companies need to do more. This is a real sickness. And I would not recommend that you ever view any of the material, but it will turn your stomach inside out. And to have companies that are still allowing that to be on their platforms is extremely disappointing. So, and we've called out those particular companies, and we want to work with them in a constructive way to stop all of that coming through, into our environment in Australia.
But I mean, one of the biggest risks we face, and I agree with you, the platforms should be a key target for this. One of the biggest risks we have is that the jurisdiction which has the largest influence on platforms in the form of the United States is viciously attacking our e-safety commissioner, who's seeking to take those kinds of actions. And of course, we rely upon the United States also to be the principal data collection point for online child sexual abuse. Have you had any indication that there might be resourcing risks to that US data source?
I think what we're trying to do is encourage those tech companies to do the right thing, and we have looked at ways that we can work with our US colleagues, and the NCMEC, which is the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children in the US, are leading the way. But what we're finding, Senator, is a lot of our referrals, we're getting more and more just fragments. It's actually quite stressful for our investigators because that means that they know that something's happened in, say, a particular location, but we can't resolve it. So it's actually causing a lot of stress, whereas previously we would get those referrals and we'd be able to identify the perpetrator and the predator. So what I would say is this, though, is that the AFP, we are innovative, and Australians are pretty good at this, even though New Zealand would claim that some of the things we invented, they did. But we've been able to, most recently, we're up to 4 houses we've seized of online predators. They're houses, we've actually seized them because we've proved that the electricity running through the house was an instrument of the offence, and some other means. That's probably another unsold story. I'm not aware of too many countries that are seizing sexual predators, online predators' houses. We've done that successfully.
Senator, can I also compliment what the Commissioner and Deputy has said, which I think is what you're asking. We haven't seen any change in the relationship between US law enforcement and us post the Trump administration coming into effect. And certainly the law enforcement representation from the US here in Australia hasn't changed to date. And certainly we would say that our relationship, the AFP's relationship with US law enforcement continues to remain strong under the Trump administration, and we will continue to adapt our international counterparts to meet policing priorities.
I have to share the call, sorry.
Okay.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again today, Mr Kershaw and your people. According to our Commonwealth Constitution's opening sentence, Australia is constituted as a Christian country. What's being done to charge those preachers in mosques of preaching hatred and threatening violence and use of physical force against Christians here in our country, and bring such hate preachers to justice?
Senator, I can take that one. Obviously, we're very concerned where online hate speech and other actions of hate occur in the community. We're obviously work in partnership with our state and territory colleagues who are often first responders to certain offences. The AFP does not monitor the internet. We certainly review any allegation that relates to hate speech targeting any protected group against the Commonwealth offences that are available to us, and we do assess the content in those circumstances. Often involve the obtaining of legal advice. These are offences that change over time in terms of what offence may look like, decisions of court and those sort of things. So we always ensure that at the time we are looking at not only current but past conduct, that we evaluate that conduct against not only the offences but the standards and decisions of courts in the jurisdiction where the offence occurred.
Have any such preachers of hate in Australia been charged? And if not, why not?
I don't have those statistics relevant.
Is it possible to get them?
I'm happy to take that question on notice. And are you referring just to the AFP, I take it? Because that's all we can respond to.
Yes. Yeah.
Chair, I just do have a point of order. I think in the circumstances this country finds ourselves, to leave on the record uncorrected the statement from Senator Roberts that the Constitution establishes Australia as a Christian country is unconscionable. Can I say the preamble to the Constitution references the blessing of Almighty God. So far as I can remember, Christianity does not have a monopoly on the concept of Almighty God, and we shouldn't allow that on the record.
It's a Christian God.
Senator Shoebridge, thank you. You're welcome to go and post those thoughts on Facebook. Senator Roberts is able to make his views known, and people can take them at his word, knowing his past reputation for fact. I'm not saying that you are misleading the Parliament.
Where this is going.
But that you have your views and they're well known, and I think people can take your statements together with your previous statements. Senator Schubert, I don't think anyone would be concerned at all about statements about the Constitution in this Senate. People say a lot of different things that aren't true from time to time. People can just read it. It's a document. I think we can move on. Senator Roberts, do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do. There have recently been faith-based crimes committed in Australia involving fire bombings, graffiti painted on buildings, cars damaged and hate symbols displayed. How many arrests have been made, and what's being done to identify these criminals and bring them to justice?
Again, Senator, happy to take those matters. Again, we can only speak on behalf of the AFP. Certainly from Commonwealth offences, not only the recent legislative amendment on the 8th of February that's been described as the Hate Crimes Bill, but other offences available in the Commonwealth, including the Prohibited Hate Symbols and Other Measures Act. This legislation is available to our state and territory colleagues as well, and they can use those offences where state offences don't apply. In terms of, and I'm happy to go since the 8th of January 2024, which is when the Prohibited Hate Symbols came into effect, We have not charged anyone in relation to prohibited Nazi symbols under 80.2H of the Criminal Code Act 1995. However, we have charged 2 individuals in respect to the prohibited terrorist organisation symbols, so the intentional public display of prescribed terrorist organisation symbols. And we've also issued a direction under section 82.K for the display of a prohibited terrorist organisation symbol. We have not charged anyone in terms of the trading of symbols, but we do have a number of investigations on the books with respect to prohibited terrorist symbols generally. In terms of the advocating terrorism, which is again the current version of the offence, which came into effect in December 2023. We haven't charged anyone, and this is around advocating terrorism under section 82C of the Criminal Code. However, the prior version, which was available between 2021 and 2023, we had charged 10 persons for advocating terrorism under section 82.C of the Criminal Code. And as I mentioned, there was some updated hate crimes offences that came into effect on the 8th of February this year. Those offences are yet to be utilised by the AFP.
Thank you. Minister, this question is for you. Will non-citizens convicted of hate crimes be subject to deportation?
I'll have to take that question on notice.
Thank you. Back to the AFP. Do AFP officers need to get permission from a higher authority before making an arrest, or may an AFP officer exercise their discretion to make an arrest for a crime unfolding in front of them?
Normally, Senator, depending on the nature of the event, if it's a public order matter and some other particular matters, a senior officer can direct someone to be arrested. But there is what we call the Office of Constable, which is independent, an independent office. It goes back to way back in the day to the UK, and that's about an individual officer, is held liable if they make the arrest, and it turns out that it's their decision. Independent of anyone else. So you could have a situation where one officer may gather some facts and say, I'm okay to arrest that person, and another officer may say, I'm going to use a summons, I'm not going to arrest them, I'm going to treat it differently or give them a caution. So, and we as senior officers have to respect that and understand that. So discretion is really important, and we teach that and we train that with our officers.
Thank you. Is there an ongoing training program for AFP officers in relation to rapidly evolving legislation relevant to the issues I've raised today? Mr. Knott, is it? Knott alluded to that numbers of legislation that have come in recent years.
There's others on the table in terms who are responsible for our legislative reform area, but our legislative reform area does work with not only providing guidance to staff, which then does get incorporated into relevant training programs, but we also work closely with the Attorney General's Department, who has the responsibility with respect to the Commonwealth legislation, and they provide materials not only to us but also to our state and territory partners on guidance in the application of Commonwealth offences, particularly new ones. I won't speak on behalf of the Attorney General's Department, but when we have new legislation that relates to areas of mutual interest with our state and territory police, we provide that advice to them by essentially circulating the Attorney General's Department's material, and in certain circumstances, for example in the espionage and foreign interference arena, we developed a training course and provided it to the state and territory police to assist their officers and for them to incorporate into their own training program. We aren't responsible for training state and territory police.
Thank you. Last question, Chair. There's been a lot of violence displayed on the internet and on TV news, etc., for the last 12 months or so. When will Christian, Jewish and other followers of faith be able to feel safe in our own country, knowing that the police will protect them from harm?
Perhaps where I'll take that question, Senator, is we've had some success with a relatively new offence relating to the possession of and communication of violent extremist material. This offence focuses on material that portrays terrorist acts. It also material that aids in terms of education of carrying out violence acts in the advancement of a religious, political, ideological cause. This offence, since it has been introduced, has been quite effective in early identification of individuals who are consuming and potentially acting on violent extremist material. You may note, Senator, in the last week we've had a first conviction under these provisions. We're very concerned about the violent extremist material that individual had. And I'll say why we're concerned is not only the nature of the material, but how easy it is, how accessible it is, building on what the Commissioner's already said in terms of the role and responsibility for internet service providers and the like in preventing the spread and distribution and access to violent extremist materials, our concern, and more broadly around end-to-end encryption. When it comes to our young people, Senator, we do get, and vulnerable people more generally, Senator, we have noted the digital algorithms that may come into play of people's internet activity and develop, I think, which has been generally considered to be echo chambers, where someone looking up something may be pushed along or drawn along a path, and the result being, Senator, is increased exposure to violent extremist material. We're quite concerned about that as an issue.
And just building on your answer, and thank you for the answer, I'm guessing the AFP does a lot more intelligence work these days as a proportion of its overall crime fighting than it used to because of the internet.
It's always a mix, Senator.
Senator,
Thank you.
Can I also just take the opportunity to reference Special Operation Avalite, which we stood up in December, that's specifically targeting anti-Semitism in this country, and we have charged 6 people since we stood up that special operation. But I do just want to take the opportunity to thank the community. When we stood up the special operation, we did go particularly to the Jewish community and ask them to assist us and work together in partnership with us in relation to how we could specifically target in the right areas. So I do just want to take that opportunity to thank the community for their partnership with us.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Roberts.
Senator Roberts asked a question earlier and I took it on notice. Can I say that the question that you asked the Attorney-General needs to be directed to the Department of Home Affairs?
Thank you. That's the quickest answer I've ever got on questions on notice.
Don delivers.
We won't answer.
You asked.
Thank you, Don.
Now, Senator Polley has been waiting very patiently, and there was a very important development today in an area of your concern, Senator Polley, so I will hand the call to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's good to have you before us again, although it only seems like a few days ago you were here. And I think at the last estimates, though, we did establish the important work that is done in terms of child exploitation and how critical resources are. Today there was an announcement of an update of the Memorandum of Understanding between the AFP and the Commissioner. I was hoping you would give us an update as to what this actually means.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your ongoing interest in this crime type. I spoke last time, and it does feel like only a couple of weeks ago, I think it was.
It was.
The partnerships, particularly in this crime type, are absolutely crucial, both in terms of public, private and NGOs. And the work that we do in this space, we've got over 250 different partners, both domestically and across the world. And I think one of our best partners is the E-Safety Commissioner, and the work that we've done and the work that we've continued to do over the last number of years. The MOU that was signed today, it's in effect the second MOU. We've signed the previous MOU, but what it does, it highlights it's a foundational, highlights the foundations of the relationship we have with the E-Safety Commissioner. At the practical level, and I'll go to your question, I think what it is really focused on is enhancing the already close relationship we've got with the e-Safety Commissioner to enable real-time intelligence and referral sharing in relation to online child exploitation. The AFP-led ACE facilitates this through embedding e-safety personnel into our intelligence fusion cell, so it's very much a joined-up approach. We've collectively enhanced our processes for sharing information to ensure they're fit for purpose and efficient to increase the pace in which we can analyse the material and respond, and I think that goes back to the question that Senator Shoebridge asked in terms of how do we analyse this data. And the ability, importantly, to identify emerging threats, and we've seen statistic extortion, unfortunately, become an emerging threat. So working with the e-Safety Commissioner, because this crime type, unfortunately, changes. So how do we stay ahead of the curve? So an important document, a very important relationship, and we were very happy to sign that document today. Senator.
Are there any new specific capabilities?
Listen, I think, yes, and we need to change. We need to change with the volume of data that is coming in. We need to, one of the challenges is the challenges we face through technology in terms of the volume of data that Senator Shoebridge has referred to, the issue of encryption that the Commissioner's referred to, and the issue of artificial intelligence. And in terms of the issue of partnerships, what I'd like to, it would be remiss of me not to mention Operation Cumberland, which is an operation that's been coordinated out of Europol and led by the Danish police, but we've had a very close cooperation with that. And it's an international investigation into the production and sale of artificial intelligence-generated child abuse material, which is particularly concerning, and the Commissioner has been on the record of the AI-produced material is getting so good, we just simply can't tell the difference. So this operation was led by the Danish police, coordinated through Europol, and involved law enforcement agencies from 19 countries, including Australia. Globally, 25 suspects were arrested and 33 premises searched. Operation Cumberland highlights the effective international cooperation we put in place in relation to this. In terms of Australia, we resulted in the arrest of 2 individuals in Queensland and one in New South Wales charged with offences in relation to possessing and using a carriage for child abuse material. 2 of the 3 suspects were charged with 2 of the 3 suspects had AI generating software, which is particularly concerning. But this is an example of great international cooperation. But it does highlight the threat of artificial intelligence. I think it's an emerging threat. We've been on the record to say that we need to use technology to counter the threat that technology brings, but we need to be responsible in the use of that technology.
Can you inform us as to the leading nations in terms of anyone who's leading the way beside ourselves in relation to AI and child exploitation?
I think the Commissioner would say that we are, Senator, but again, it's very much a partnership approach, and whilst it's such a broad spectrum of work that we do, we might be leading in certain aspects, but other countries might have the lead. And particularly our relationship with Europol, particularly in terms of new technologies, particularly AI, we learn a lot from those countries. We still, I'll go back to Deputy Commissioner Barrett, we still have a very close working relationship with our US agencies. And in terms of the innovative work that they do, we learn a lot off that. So I think the ACE is world's best practice. Do we do everything completely perfectly? No, we've got a lot to learn from our international partners, but being involved in those constructs, those international groups, is such a force multiplier.
So with this memorandum of understanding, though, there are benefits beyond child sexual exploitation. Can you outline to us capabilities in that area where this memorandum, working with a commissioner, can be used?
It's a broad crime type, and we've answered questions before on the issue and the emerging issue of sextortion. So it really is focused on online. These online threats that are targeting both young children, but also targeting vulnerable persons in our community. So, the MOU today is all-encompassing to look at that broad range of threats, and importantly, to be able to share that intelligence real time.
Can I then just move on quickly to the Pacific? You've come before us for a number of years now, and we've talked about the changes and how significant it is, the relationships that we have. Can you give us an update on what's happening?
Thank you, Senator. I can assist with that. As you are aware, Senator, that we, in August of last year, the Prime Minister announced the commitment of approximately $400 million over 5 years to ensure that the Pacific Policing Initiative delivers on the broader strategy. This commitment includes financial support to a number of our Pacific nations. If I can touch on one perhaps that may assist in terms of recent activity, the Commissioner recently travelled to Papua New Guinea and participated in the Joint Heads of Pacific Security Forum. But in addition to that, we also last week very proudly, with our Papua New Guinea colleagues, launched the first of the Regional Centre of Excellence. That is a significant milestone under the auspices of the PPI, the Pacific Policing Initiative. That's the first of the 4 centres of excellence. That particular Centre of Excellence is located at the Bamana Police College, and what it will actually do is provide training and a capability uplift for investigation, so foundational training for police recruits, not just in PNG but also across the Pacific, and it will provide purpose-built training and accommodation facilities. So that was one. It will very much revitalise and be able to double the number of recruits that can be recruited into Pacific policing and also officer training. In addition to that, Senator, as you know, we've got the Pacific Policing Support Group and the Pacific Policing Development and Coordination Hub. That's the hub that we have up in Pinkenba. Another new initiative is, or part of the architecture broadly of how we are working in support of our Pacific partners, is the Design Steering Group, and that's actually chaired by Commissioner Manning from PNG, and that really sets across all of the Pacific the strategic direction of the PPI and the direction that the Pacific leaders in law enforcement would like to take the initiative. That includes, as I mentioned, the identification of the 4 centres of excellence. So we have, in addition to the one in PNG, we also have one in Samoa, which relates to forensics. We also have one in Fiji, which also is another component of forensics. One is analysis, the other is operational. And we also have one in Vanuatu. And that will be, we're just working through what that particular Centre of Excellence will focus on going forward. I can keep going if there's anything particularly you would like me to focus on.
Well, it would be helpful to have a better understanding of the ongoing partnership we have with those international partnerships, what the key priorities are.
In the Pacific?
In the Pacific.
So part of it is, our threat to democracy and making sure that, making sure that we're supporting all those police forces in enforcing the rule of law and the principles of the rule of law. And in particular, helping these regional centres of excellence that the deputies talked about. Some of these will help with recruiting police, the correct processes, vetting processes, and a whole range of things to make sure we build police forces, help assist build these police forces and achieve the numbers that they've been given by their political masters and the funding. On top of that, we're also building infrastructure across the region and developing training centres then that we can all have a combined effort when it comes to training and making sure we have our standards and democracy standards as the preferred way of training police officers. On top of that, at our Pinkenbar, which is in Brisbane, facility, we've already started training on specific courses like close personal protection, driver training. There'll be other training as far as being a detective, doing search warrants, a whole range of things. And that centre is really critical to us, and it's in a warm location too, not in Canberra, it's in Brisbane, which is important. But there is a lot of activity that's going on. On top of that, we also are encouraging our New Zealand cousins to assist where they can, and we're working hand in glove with the New Zealand Commissioner around how we build capability and uplift in the region. And as you're aware, our region is quite vulnerable out there, and even my recent travel to Fiji, I was able to understand their needs at a deeper level of what they were looking for from Australia and the AFP, and in particular they were looking at some infrastructure around how they can hit their recruiting targets, house those recruits and train them in the appropriate way. So they are looking to Australia. We are the partner of choice, and some really brilliant work by the Deputy and her team in the Pacific. They live, eat and breathe this every day, and it's literally every day we're having to think about our strategy, make sure we get the right return on investment, and we also listen and understand. You know, the Pacific often say, we just want you to listen first and then help us out with what the way forward is.
And Senator, can I just offer, in addition to what the Commissioner said, one of there are actually three key pillars that sort of underpin the initiative. One of them that we will use the hub in Brisbane for is the Pacific Police Support Group, and that's approximately 40 officers from 11 countries across the Pacific, and that is like a multinational deployable pool. That can be deployed where required. They recently deployed to Vanuatu for the earthquake, and proof of concept was undertaken at Choggum last year, and we are planning further training to create more officers from across the Pacific to be able to be deployed as part of that deployable pool going forward.
So how many officers are involved in this? Because each of those nations are unique and have different strengths and weaknesses. How many officers are actually involved?
That's an excellent question, Senator. We use, I guess for us it's about building the capability, so the breadth of the ability of our Pacific brothers and sisters to be able to deploy can be agile and expand and contract on a needs basis. So as the Commissioner indicated, what we're actually doing is we're building that capability and then taking it back to the relevant Pacific nations so that more and more of them, so it's, I guess, an evolving number as the efforts of us all enhance and increase the capabilities of the Pacific.
And I can assist the Deputy. We've got 104 in the region, which is a significant investment, and that includes Timor-Leste as well. We have majority of our resources are in mainly in the Melanesian islands or countries. Sorry, that's where the main cadre of all of our people are.
That resource is so important because it goes beyond law and order. It's about having, being a good neighbour and leading the way. So any loss of resources would be very detrimental. But before I get pulled up, I just have a couple more questions, and that is in relation to illicit tobacco. it's very topical at the moment. Can you outline to us the work you've been doing in the crackdown that's been happening in recent times?
Yeah, I think the Deputy Commissioner is probably going to assist me, but certainly organised crime have taken advantage of the fact that it's a highly profitable market for organised crime, and the illicit tobacco task force is we're working with Border Force, of course, who have the lead, and we're also working with our state counterparts. You've seen what's happened in Victoria and New South Wales and other parts of the country. We're certainly seen it as a serious crime in particular, and the fact that we've been able to use our criminal asset confiscation task force and all of the powers that the AFP can bring to the fight to assist our state colleagues. We've also been able to successfully, and I think the Border Force have done some really great work on vapes and other things, illicit vapes coming into this country, and also shipments of that tobacco. But it is a serious issue, and it's something that the task force, I think, has been doing some really good work. Lots of targets, and it's got all the hallmarks of organised crime. Majority of it is well organised, and that's something that we're certainly interested in, and making sure that we're providing whatever support and assistance we can.
So that $49 million that was recently being invested, what has that enabled you to do?
So just leading on from what the Commissioner has stated, from some respects, in terms of a crime type is low risk, high return, there is significant profits in this crime type, and organised crime is targeted in terms of being vulnerable. Key to our work in this space, obviously working with our state and territory places, following the money asset confiscation, and I think under this Commissioner, in terms of revitalising the criminal asset confiscation task force, we've set record levels of both restraint and forfeiture. And the work that we've done in relation to tobacco, illicit tobacco, since July 2019, we've restrained over $26 million in assets, and 12 million of that has been forfeited to the Commonwealth, and that's funding the Commonwealth can utilise for a range of worthwhile projects. In terms of the new funding that's been announced, the $49 million will expand that work. So we're doing a good job, I think, in terms of the task force so far, but it'll provide the opportunity to accelerate that work, and it includes $33 million for the AFP and a range of money for other agencies to co-partner with the AFP. Out of the $33 million, $17 million will be allocated to the states and territories, because it is very much a team sport, particularly in relation to this crime type. So the ability for the state and territory partners across the country to work with us in relation to the Criminal Assets Confiscation Task Force to, in effect, Senator, hurt criminals where they're really hurt. Some of these experienced criminals will do time, but if we take their assets away, that brings significant pain to their business model.
I'm going to be cheeky like Senator Shoebridge. One more question. The National Gun Register, is there any update on the National Gun Register that you can tell us?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we continue to work on implementation of the National Firearms Register. Talked about this previously at this forum, that there is an oversight group that's chaired by the Attorney General's Department that we sit as part of. In terms of the AFP, the states and territories all sit on that as well to make sure that there's a coordinated grip up of what's going forth with that. The AFP itself has been allocated some money under the National Firearms Register to allow for our work to occur that we're doing. I might just pass over to our Chief Financial Officer to talk about the funding that we've received.
And are all the states, are they moving along, getting rid of their paper copies?
Yes, so there is progress. It may be slow progress, but maybe the Attorney General's Department is the lead on that, and the Australian, ACIC is the lead on that database, not the AFP. So we're leading our part, but
Senator, I can just add that there have been some key milestones that have been met over recent months. There's really good cooperation with all the states and the territories. We've established federation funding agreements with every jurisdiction to implement the National Cabinet decision around the National Firearms Register. There's been an agreement to a national data standard, which is really critical and something that hasn't been able to be achieved over many, many years of discussion in this space. And that will ensure all firearm systems can communicate in near real time once they're fully developed. And all agencies involved have established project teams and commenced design and planning activities. And we'll continue to engage not only with the states and the territories, but with relevant stakeholder organisations, including firearm owner organisations.
I really do need to share the call. Sorry, I know Mr Wood, you were keen to share some information, but I'm conscious that we are going to finish at 7:15, and Senator Shoebridge has. I think he does have questions. So if I hand the call to you, Senator Patterson, and then we'll come to Senator Shoebridge before we break.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I'd like to share the call with Senator Sharma for my block as well.
However you want to use that time.
Thank you. I'll need Assistant Commissioner Nutt for this section. Assistant Commissioner Nutt, you'll remember the conversation we had at the last round of estimates about the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and their flag at their Melbourne rally. The AFP sent a letter of correction to your evidence subsequent to the hearing. The issue we discussed was, given that they are not listed as a terrorist organisation, did that have any bearing on them being charged for the public display of a listed terrorism symbol? And you indicated that was a factor in not proceeding with the investigation or charges, but subsequently I was told in correspondence that's not relevant consideration. So can you just clarify, firstly, the status of the law? Is it necessary to be listed as a terrorist organisation to charge someone with an offence for displaying a terrorism symbol?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. To clarify, it wasn't a correction, it was a clarification, is my understanding. And what it was really looking at the two parts of the definition of terrorist organisation, which is under section 102.1 off the top of my head, and I'll be corrected on that because I can't get my paper. What it does mean is in terms of when we're talking about a prohibited symbol under the section 80.2 sections, it is either a prescribed terrorist organisation or it's through a terrorist organisation by definition, referring to the terrorist organisation definition section that I referenced previously. And what that means is you have to, in addition to the proofs of the public display of the symbol, whether that's intentional and all the other legislative thresholds and exemptions, Senator, you also have, and I characterise it as prove the conduct. And what I mean by that is you have to prove the elements of the definition of a terrorist organisation if they're not prescribed, and that is, and I'll say broadly, not technically, Senator, that the organisation is engaged in the planning, preparation or the undertaking or advocating of a terrorist act. So all those things have to be proven to advance the matter that you wanted to put before the court. In that case, it was around the display of a symbol.
Yes, so I'm going back to our exchange. It's not easy for me to quote because it's an extensive exchange and I don't want to quote one section and not another and be unfair to you, but I took from your evidence that one of the reasons why these people were not investigated is because it wasn't listed as a terrorist organisation. And I understood from your evidence that had it been listed as a terrorist organisation, the investigation would have been more straightforward and might have proceeded, but didn't in this instance. So what is the main reason why this display publicly of a PFLP symbol in Melbourne was not investigated in this instance?
We did not investigate this matter. What our exchange was about was my understanding around what was required to to prefer the prohibited symbol charge, and that in addition to the prohibited symbol charges, as I mentioned before, you have the burden of also proving a terrorist organisation by definition of those sections, referring to the conduct of that organisation, as I said just a moment ago, with reference to their conduct in terms of planning, preparation, advocating for...
Do you think that would be difficult in the case of the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine? Is that why it wasn't investigated?
Well, in with reference of the public display, there's obviously the other legislative thresholds that apply in terms of the display advancing racial hatred or superiority. Also advocating others to engage in such activities and cause offence. So these are obviously there's quite a number of considerations that have to be made.
Yes, but as we've discussed previously at some length in this forum, only one of those limbs need to be met, not all of them, in order to proceed.
Are those legislative thresholds? That's correct, yes.
Right. So,
in addition to the intentional public display, knowing it is a terrorist organisation, so the knowledge of the person that they meet the definition of a terrorist organisation under Section 102.1. So yes, all those elements, in addition to the legislative thresholds for the public display.
Yeah. So if you didn't investigate, how do you know what the knowledge was, state of knowledge was of the people displaying the symbol?
We did not investigate. I'd have to see why we didn't investigate. I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Well, that was the source of my original questions, and I'm several months, well, a month on now. I'm still none the wiser as to what the reason is. I assure you it caused offence and distress. I assure you the PFLP believes in racial superiority and it's a terrorist organisation and has conducted terrorist attacks against civilians and killed people. There's no doubt in my mind about those facts. So it's really difficult to understand why the AFP wouldn't investigate.
Just to clarify that, Senator, in terms of the cause racial superiority offence, these are in combination of what the intention of the person or persons causing making the public display.
Yeah, and
it's not just it's not about the intention of the terrorist organisation under consideration.
Sure, I appreciate that, but you didn't investigate, so these people weren't interviewed, they weren't asked questions, presumably no research was done on their social media accounts and whether they posted anti-Semitic or pro-terrorist content. So how do you know that those elements wouldn't have been met?
As I said, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
I think we'll take that one on notice, and what I can just give some context, just the volume of referrals and reports of crime that we do receive. So since we stood up Special Operation Avalite in December, we've received and reviewed over 800 reports of crime. So that's across multiple regions in the AFP, so teams in different cities and states. So we'll take that one on notice and come back with some further clarity.
I'm aware of that, and this operation has done good work, and I welcome the impact it's had. As I've said in this forum before, I think it has sent quite a strong message. It is far less common now to see people displaying these symbols in our cities and streets, and that's a big improvement. But if some instances of public display of terrorist symbols are allowed, then I think people may take a different interpretation, may become emboldened again, may do this again, and that's not something any of us should want to see. So just in conclusion, before I share the cause, Senator Sharma, can I encourage you to really carefully examine this instance and see whether or not an investigation could occur and whether or not an offence did occur?
We'll take that one on notice and come back to you.
Thanks, Senator Patterson. Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. And
until about 5 past, Senator Sharma.
Yep, of course, I don't need long. Thank you. I had some questions about the enforcement of Australia's autonomous sanctions regime, Commissioner. Who am I best directing those to?
Probably me.
You in the first instance?
Sorry.
Once you finished your minty.
Menthol.
Sorry. I wanted to know, does the AFP have any current active investigations into potential breaches of our autonomous sanctions regime?
Who has? I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
I can answer that.
Think you can answer it? The
Senator,
deputy may be able to answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the role in this space is to work really closely with DFAT in terms of receipt of potential information, and I think in relation to the sanctions list, I think the issue of Russia after the invasion of Ukraine and the referrals we've received from DFAT in relation to that, in terms of potential Russian assets that are here. So we did a range of inquiries and a range of matters. There's no active investigation in relation to any of those matters.
Okay, I was interested in one entity in particular, Press TV, which is a propaganda arm of the Iranian government, so not Russian, sanctioned in September 2023. At the last estimates, just a month or so ago, I asked Foreign Affairs and Trade about this, and there was visual evidence of Press TV operating openly in Australia, conducting interviews with Australian politicians and whatnot. So I asked DFAT about this, and they said they would be, I believe they said they would be referring this matter or seeking your cooperation. Has Foreign Affairs and Trade or the Australian Sanctions Office communicated with you about Press TV?
Not that we're aware of, but we can take that on notice.
Not that you're aware. Okay. How would they normally communicate with you, the Australian Sanctions Office? What's the normal protocol for reporting potential violations of our sanctions regime?
We'd always prefer it in writing, of course. Yeah.
Okay, and you've received nothing in writing then in the last 2 months?
Yeah, Senator, I think is the deputy said. We'll take that one on notice and come back to you. Not that we're aware of at the table, but we'll take it on notice.
Okay. Would it be possible to come back to me this evening?
No.
We'll try. We'll give it a go.
No, the answer's no.
Okay. But then, look, as far as you're aware, in your knowledge, in your state of knowledge, there are no active investigations into Press TV happening right now?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay. Is the process that, I mean, if an entity, if there's an allegation that a sanctioned entity is operating in Australia, that needs to be brought to your attention by the Australian Sanctions Office for you to commence investigations and potential enforcement action?
Yeah, I think there's a close engagement with the Sanctions Office, and I know that the work that we've done, particularly in relation to after the invasion of Ukraine, in terms of referrals of intelligence and information. So we'd have to assess the matter, the information that come in, make a decision whether or not we'd investigate.
Okay. Just prima facie, though, if an entity which is subject to sanctions, so like Press TV, if you can accept my assurance that it is operating openly in Australia, so seemingly employing a correspondent, appearing publicly at events, conducting interviews, is that prima facie a cause for concern that it's in breach of our autonomous sanctions regime?
That's a pretty broad question. We'd have to look at the circumstances of the case. I mean, there's issues in relation to potential breaches of sanctions, but also there's issues around potential foreign interference that we'd have to assess also. So we can't give you a definitive answer on that one.
Okay. But it would certainly raise eyebrows, I presume, or raise some questions.
Listen, we'd have to look at the information in detail, Senator.
Yeah, okay. All right, if you could potentially just, if it has come to your attention, if you're able to confirm that Foreign Affairs and Trade has actually referred this to you, it would be helpful if you could clarify that tonight. If not, I'd understand if you cannot.
We'll attempt to do that, Senator.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I was asking questions in the last round about the Australian Senate to counter child exploitation, and I was asking some questions about whether there'd been any impact from the Trump administration, and I think Deputy Commissioner Gale, or Assistant Commissioner Gale, you said there was no impact. Are you aware of the fact, though, that because of a directive from the Trump administration, NCMEC, which is the US National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, has had to change the way in which it communicates about transgender children and about LGBTQ youth, and indeed has had to take down a number of communications on its website about the particular impacts of child exploitation on LGBTQ youth in particular?
I'll have to take that one on notice, Senator.
And the Australian Senate account of child exploitation works closely with NCMEC, which I'm not critical of. That's important, that international cooperation. But, we've seen demands from the Trump administration reaching into our universities to change the way in which they communicate, and any cooperative arrangements between the Trump administration and other entities around the planet seem to be being impacted by these, I think they call it anti-wokeism moves by the Trump administration. Has that had any impact at all on the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation?
I'll have to take that one on notice, Senator.
And regardless whether it's had any impact or not, have there been any concerns within the centre about the potential impact, or has there been any threats or communications, other communications from the Trump administration that might impact the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation of a similar nature to the changes that have been demanded of NCMEC?
Yeah, I'll take that one on notice as well, Senator.
Okay. But can we all agree that there won't be any editing or changing of important information to keep transgender kids safe, to keep kids in the LGBTQ community safe, that we would never bow to those demands for the Australian Centre? Commissioner?
As in, what would we be asked to do, Senator?
Take down material from take down material about how to keep children safe. Take down material in the case of NCMEC. They had to take down reports about particular concerns about suicidal tendencies of missing children, the impact of male victims of sex trafficking, and impact on children in state care, so far as there were particular vulnerabilities from the LGBTQ community.
That's going to be an interesting legal question, I think, for NCMEC, because they're like a clearinghouse. They're not actually an operational arm, so I don't know what. They're going to have to use an agency to do that, I suspect, or agencies, or referrals to other agencies. Well, that's my understanding of NCMEC as far as how they operate.
Well, NCMEC is dependent upon US federal government funding, and because they're dependent on US federal government funding, they were the subject of a direction from the Trump administration, and therefore were forced to take that material down. We have seen in the university sector where US funding or cooperation agreements impact Australian universities, there has been pressure from the Trump administration to change the way the university sector operates. I'm just seeking your assurance, Commissioner.
Oh, we haven't had that kind of request or pressure.
Not only, they're not getting it, that at no point would the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation in any way alter its communication and its actions to protect transgender kids and LGBTQ kids, would in no way alter their response to protect those kids as a result of any such pressure.
No, we would not, Senator. Yeah. We're Australian. No. We're not American.
No, I appreciate that. I think it's important we get that on the record. Could I ask about FOIs and FOI numbers? I know that there's been one instance where an FOI, I think, Commissioner, in relation to some of your travel, has not been answered for a year. Does anybody?
Is this my infamous China trip? That you
one of your infamous
in those terms.
One of your infamous international trips, I think it is.
Which one? Which one?
Well, given it's more than a year, I assume it's China. But I don't know your travel diary as well as you.
I don't even know what I've done in the last year. I've done that much.
The applicant has been waiting more than a year for a response to that FOI. Is there an explanation for why it's taken a year?
Just to give you some context, Senator, this current financial year we have experienced an increase of 17.2% in FOI volume. Despite that increase in volume, we are actually seeing an increase in our compliance rate for completing, so we're up to 67%. Is it good enough? No, we're still putting effort into that to making sure we're processing things faster. On occasion, including the example that I believe that you're referring to, we do get FOIs that are significantly complex and onerous, and we spend some time engaging with the applicant to refine the FOI request so that it can actually be actioned and it won't be rejected in terms
How
of
could travel details be so complex?
So can you confirm what FOI?
I understand this is an
request you're talking
FOI from a journalist in relation to the Commissioner's travel to China. How could it take a year to respond to an FOI about a travel?
So I am aware of that one, Senator. You're talking about FOI 2562. And as the Commissioner flagged, we have answered a couple of FOIs on this exact same topic. On this one, we have engaged a number of times with the applicant. There are a significant number of documents that we're going through because of the scope of the request. And in going through internal consultation, including we had to engage, we're having to engage with 6 external agencies, different government agencies, to be able to release the information. So if the documents that are discovered refer to other agencies, we need their permission to approve as well, which does unfortunately delay the process.
A year to get permission from other agencies about the Commissioner's travel?
So to clarify, Senator, it hasn't been a year that we've been seeking that approval. As I said, initially we tried to revise the scope with the applicant, then we go through the process of identifying documents, then clearance of those documents. I take your point that it is an overdue, significantly overdue FOI, and we are progressing that as soon as possible. I'm advised that a decision on that one is imminent.
What is the longest outstanding time for an FOI?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have that information in front of me.
Well, if you could give the 5 longest outstanding FOIs and the timeframes and the subject matter on notice.
Yep.
Would you? Yes.
You can take that on notice.
And what's the average time for responding to FOIs? I know you say you have a 67% compliance rate. That means 67% were within the statutory timeframe. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what's the average time?
So in the first half of this year, 237 application decisions were processed within the statutory timeframe, 42 were processed up to 30 days late, 25 were within the 31 to 60 days late, 12 were within the 61 to 90 days late, and 36 are over 90 days.
All right. Well, perhaps I asked for 5. Perhaps if you could give me a breakdown on the 36 on notice, so as we understand how long those were. But is the more than 1 year that for the travel FOI, is that the longest that you're aware of?
It's the longest that I'm aware of in front of me at the moment, Senator, but I'll take that on notice.
All right.
So just to highlight that the requests that we receive are incredibly sensitive in nature due to the national security and public interest nature of our business. We do obviously want to ensure that we're being transparent, but we do have to make sure we do thorough checks, both so that we don't just refuse requests. We want to be able to release information so that we don't have whole lot of further reviews undertaken, so it is done appropriately in the first place. But also the key risk for us is making sure that we aren't disclosing information that could be disclosed to hostile third parties. So we have to make sure that the information we're releasing is accurate.
Yes. Well, I come back to my mystification for how details about the Commissioner's travel to China causes such complications, but perhaps that'll be responded to on notice.
Yeah, but Senator, you don't... you may not appreciate the work that we do there and the sensitivities country to country and the national security implications as to what the Chief Operating Officer has talked about. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't swanning around China or anything like that. These were serious meetings, serious engagements, but a lot of those were done with what we call police diplomacy, which is the thing. And it's a good thing for our country, because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is make sure that we, one, have a good working relationship where we're able to get that intelligence that we currently get from that particular country, but also understand at a deeper level what is actually happening within our region and especially within the Pacific.
Commissioner, I understand the delays because of consultation with other agencies. I'm assuming none of those are Chinese police agencies. I'm assuming the reference is to Australian government agencies. Is that right?
I'll have to take that on notice. I would also clarify, Senator, I've just found the relevant document that the particular FOI request you're referring to isn't for the China trip alone. It's for overseas trips the Commissioner has taken since his appointment, so that's since 2019. So that is a significant FOI.
My final question is about the Carrick matter. On the 25th of February, Commissioner, I asked you and Assistant Commissioner Gale about you gave evidence that there was a review undertaken by the AFP in relation to the behaviour, amongst others, of the undercover police in that instance, and you indicated that there was no disciplinary action taken as a result of that review. I then asked if that was the only review undertaken by the AFP in relation to the Carrick matter, and you, Ms Gale, said she'd have to check with her national security colleagues, and then you resolved to take it on notice. Well, I asked the question on the 25th of February. Can you provide an answer now?
Sorry, Senator.
Was the review that the AFP undertook that you referred to on the last occasion, was that the only review undertaken by the AFP in relation to the Carrick matter? It was. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, can I beg your indulgence in the last minute? Deputy Commissioner McCartney said he would come back to me tonight if he had answers on those questions.
Yeah, so there's 8 in the Operation Rye triage team.
Thank you.
But again, when matters are referred to for criminal investigation, they're referred to a fully functioning criminal investigations team with support from the capability that exists in the AFP.
Yep.
In relation to the 27 disclosure, it does get a little bit complicated in terms of referrals from the Administrator for Fair Work Australia and other Commonwealth agencies. The preference is, as a matter of completeness, to take that on notice and provide that detail to you, Senator.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Senator Patterson. That's all the questions we have for you this evening.